How do you make it something that they're like, I need this in my life? Nearly impossible to do that in 60 seconds. But the people who perfect it are the people that you're going to watch and going to stick around.
And where people are sticking around? Reddit. And its nearly countless subreddits about finance. And by far the biggest one of those is Wall Street Bets.
There's a lot of social media platforms out there, but Reddit is like the social media platform for finance. Places like Wall Street Bets is where it all goes down.
Started in January 2012, it wasn't long before Wall Street Bets adopted a 4chan-like etiquette, leading to their tagline, like 4chan found a Bloomberg terminal.
We had all these unexplained stock moves, and we would be grasping for why stock XYZ jumped 20% in a day. And you would look at Wall Street Bets, and you would see people there talking about buying options in that stock, and it sort of, squared the circle, so to speak, and started making sense. And it was at that point that it was like, wow, we have to start paying attention to this.
Some people on the platform really spend tons of time, and others are just looking for entertainment and to have a little bit of fun, effectively gambling or looking for an outlet, trying to make a little bit of money.
Then on top of all of that, there were stimulus checks. Now, clearly, this money is going to people who need to use that to eat, to live, but there's a lot of people who use this money to invest in the stock market.
And it's not just stock tips. People quote-unquote YOLO their entire life savings or stimulus checks on a single stock. They post what is called gain and loss porn, screen-grabbing staggering hits and misses on stocks for the entire community to see.
I'm about to lose everything.
And while some of the people on Wall Street Bets are novice investors, the community contains multitudes.
In one respect, what it did show us among these network groups is they are very sophisticated. They're not a bunch of ignorant people talking to other ignorant people.
And this is where the pieces of the puzzle all come together to wreak havoc on Wall Street for a solid week in early 2021.
It's pretty clear that the combination of more people having retail brokerage accounts and trading apps and more people being stuck at home looking for some kind of entertainment and some kind of community online came together in this very singular way.
What came together is GameStop.
Let's go back to the beginnings of what happened with GameStop a couple of years ago. On the boards like Reddit and StockTwit, a lot of people were talking about GameStop as being attractive value.
Some of them are even, Wall Street alums who left the industry and now still have access to tools that they can use to improve their financial well-being and make very good decisions. And I think Roaring Kitty is a perfect example of that.
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that.
At the same time that this crowd was talking it up, the hedge fund institutional crowd didn't like this stock at all, and it had the largest short interest of any stock in the New York Stock Exchange going into late 2020.
Short selling is a bet that a stock price will fall, and it's a fairly simple concept. An investor borrows a stock and then sells it. The investor is betting on buying the stock back later for a lower price before returning it to the original owner, pocketing the price difference.
What a short seller would tell you is that they almost act as a policeman in financial markets, or they're at least looking for companies that aren't what they say they are. And that can range anywhere from an outright fraud that some short sellers try to expose to just a company that's not worth as much as investors think it is.
The problem is, if the stock price rises, the short seller has to come up with the money to buy the stock back. And the more it rises, the more it costs. And that's what's called a short squeeze. And the hedge fund Melvin Capital was on the wrong end of that squeeze.
Melvin Capital lost over 50% of its money in the month of January alone, just from being caught in the short squeeze of the stock.
This is where the disruption comes in.
One of the most wild stories you're ever going to see. GameStop shares absolutely going nuts.
In less than a year, the company's stock has jumped from less than $3 a share to almost $350. Cheers, everybody!
Roaring Kitty has turned $50,000 or so investment into some $14 million.
Whoa!
Investors all over social media use the free trading app Robinhood to wreak havoc on Wall Street.
They're actually piling on into some of these stocks to really hurt the professional short sellers.
And they all used Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and Discord to tell one another to keep buying and, quote, hold the line and not sell GameStop.
People are getting cheerleaded for jumping in, buying at the highs. They're saying, keep going.
And it was working too, until
Thursday morning, the trading app Robinhood sent out this tweet. In light of current market volatility, we are restricting transactions, including GameStop.
People were really angry.
Robinhood was supposed to allow the regular people to play the same game these big boys are playing. But instead, we were all taken for schmucks, and they screwed us.
Shares of GameStop are jumping again now that retail investors are being allowed to buy shares of the stock.
But what we learned is that when people organize online, they have the ability to disrupt the market.
And it was a big sign. The ivory walls of the institution aren't as powerful as maybe the institutions thought them to be. I don't know if pumping up GameStop was the best use of billions of dollars, but I think that as a signal to society, it was pretty interesting and powerful.
The GameStop saga was so impactful that both Vlad Tenev and Roaring Kitty were called in to testify before Congress to clarify each of their roles in the saga.
One thing that's emerged from the congressional hearings is that they're interested in how retail brokerages make money and whether they're keeping the best interest of their customers in mind, but it's pretty fuzzy as far as what they would actually do as a result.
While the frenzy around GameStop eventually subsided, it didn't take long for retail investors to find other areas to invest their money.
Take a look at Bitcoin going bananas over the weekend.
Bitcoin forms a brand new all-time high.
It was after GameStop started to drop that we saw Bitcoin really go up to over 60,000.
How much further does this rally have to run?
It's compelling to say that money shifted from one venue to the other.
While correlation doesn't equal causation, there's a chart out there showing an inverse correlation on meme stocks going down and cryptocurrencies going up.
There's definitely an aspect where people are making money on stocks and then moving, they're agnostic, they're not hedge funds. They can invest wherever the hell they want. It's a classic sort of momentum trade. They're going to wherever the winners are and they're willing to jump on and, ride it.
So whether it's meme stocks like GameStop, meme coins like Dogecoin, or entirely new ways to invest in art like NFTs, the new kind of retail investor is making its presence known.
Over the next 10, maybe 15 years, you're going to continue to see, whether by choice or by force, that baton go from older generations to younger generations. I don't think any single app is going to be the thing that disrupts. I think people are the disruptors.
How people get ideas about what to invest in has become increasingly entwined with social media. And as social media companies govern more and more of our lives, the fact that now they're tied in more intimately to people's wallets is something that we might want to understand better.
Usually what disruption, I think, means is technology comes in, whether it's blogs to the newspapers or online retailing to brick and mortar. They come in and they're in the same business, but they just do it in such a gigantic cost savings that it causes everybody to switch. Well, that's the risk that happens here, is that it's so much cheaper to just manage your own money. We're not there yet, but costs and conveniences are moving in that direction. So I'd say, Wall Street, you haven't been disrupted yet, but you could be in the coming years, and that the final chapter on this story hasn't been written.
Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, and inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet, because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. While that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African-American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. I think education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest flight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor.
My friend also
Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation. A language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings, as well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Richita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or, a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. just to give an example to you. In 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of Sveroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidoddi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We brought a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. Wow. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change on that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were, in those days I'm talking about, so the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again, try to excel in academics, day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really, place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future, this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park, and a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like, I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage, and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel? 1,
You need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. One, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, you know, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology. And live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。
不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高。但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the years through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes, and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce, and he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
里面有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers. And it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
we see is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland.
The first thing to say is that, you know, I'm a big believer in we need to put ourselves in other person's shoes in life in general. And so I understand that point of view, and I get that people have that perspective. I don't agree with that, obviously, but I understand where they're coming from. We have an enormous challenge as society, which is to provide the world with reliable, affordable, and clean energy. That's what society wants. That's what society needs. And I believe in my heart that a company like BP is actually one of the few companies in the world who can actually make that happen. We can talk about the things that we're going to grow and over the coming years, and I find it hugely exciting and energizing for our organization. But that's what the world needs, and you simply can't go against the grain of society. You can't defy gravity, and that's why we're making the change that we're making.
Now keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. The Walmart supervisor who shot and killed 6 co-workers in Virginia left behind what he called a death note on his phone. According to Chesapeake Police, the note apologized for what he was about to do while simultaneously blaming others for mocking him. The assailant, Andre Bing, wrote that he was led by Satan. Police also said the gun, a 9mm handgun, was legally purchased on the morning of the shooting. Bloomberg's learned that European Union diplomats are set to resume talks on a Russian oil price cap. Now, that bloc has been deadlocked over how strict the cap should be. Countries like Poland objected to a proposal to set a $65 per barrel limit. They say it's too generous to Russia. Other nations, including Greece, don't want to go below that level. India's Supreme Court has agreed to examine a petition that seeks legal recognition of same-sex marriage. The petition filed this month by a couple evoked India's Special Marriage Act. That act originally legalized interfaith unions. The couple drew on earlier landmark rulings in India, including one declaring a privacy fundamental right. A new report predicts the world economy will be as weak next year as it was in 2009 after the financial crisis. The study comes from the Institute of International Finance. It forecasts that global growth will slow to 1.2% in 2023. Now, that's largely because the conflict in Ukraine risks becoming a, quote, forever war. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
One of the slowest days of the year for financial markets, but one of the busiest, of course, for the consumer economy. I'm Romaine Bostic. This is Bloomberg Markets to Close, a truncated version and an earlier version of the show here with U.S. financial markets, at least in equities closing today at 1 p.m. The bond market going to be pulling the shutters down right around 2 p.m. You're taking a look at the price action on your screen. Don't read too much into it because, of course, this is one of the lowest volume days of the year. An S&P 500 basically flat on the day. The NASDAQ composite right now in the red. And we also saw stocks overseas pull back just a little bit here, with stocks in Asia down about 0.5% here on the day. Stocks in Europe pretty much finishing the day unchanged. The U.S. bond market is open. Trading is them. A 2-year yield right now at 4.48 right now on your screen. Of course, we are going to be talking a lot today here about what's going on in the consumer space as everyone is expected to go out and start shopping. But investors may be souring a little bit here on the consumer narrative. You take a look at what consumer discretionary stocks have done here over the past few months, particularly when compared to consumer staples. That's the blue line on your screen, the premium that consumer discretionary stocks had commanded back in 2020 and earlier here in 2022 has completely faded. And a lot of that has to do with the amount of money that consumers are earning right now, particularly when you factor in inflation. Real wages, of course, now negative, and that's, of course, having a big sort of a dampening effect here on some of the enthusiasm by investors as to whether what they spend on will be enough to keep the economy humming. Kathy Entwistle joining us right now. She's a Morgan Stanley Managing Director to talk us through what's going on in the markets, not really just for today, Kathy, but really to look forward here to what we can expect out of conditions in markets that I think had a really rough, I guess, few months, but you look at what happened in October and even this month, a little bit of a rebound that we've seen, and a lot of questions right now, Kathy, as to whether that rally is sustainable beyond November.
Hey, Romaine, thanks for having me. Nice to see you. Absolutely, we've had a little bit of a relief rally in the last, 4-6 weeks. A lot of it has to do with the Fed and perhaps that they have finished, tightening, and maybe we will start to get some relief from higher interest rates. And that's probably true. And it's part of our Morgan Stanley Fire and Ice narrative, where the fire piece is about the Fed and raising rates and how that affects the economy and the impact on individuals. But now we're looking at the earnings side of the balance sheet, the ICE side, which is going to be more of an issue, we think, next year. First quarter, we're going to start to see some valuations that are currently stretched and maybe more realistic valuations and earnings forecast. So I don't think this is, straight up from here. I think there's more downside. And I do think anytime we have these dislocations in the market, great opportunity to rebalance, reshuffle, and invest in the areas that we like going forward.
We'll talk about some of the areas that you do like. I mean, what is attractive these days, Kathy?
Believe it or not, and I can't believe I'm saying it, but bonds over stocks. Right now, based on where we are with the interest rate environment and the potential that we're at the beginning of the end of raising rates and the Fed sort of slowing down, the interest rate area, the bond area of the market has had a huge hit this year, and it's a great opportunity to start putting money in and start collecting coupons.
There's sort of a, I guess, contrarian view to that, Kathy, that people would look at the downturn that we've had in bonds this year and also look at the idea that there is a recession, if not already here, certainly looming, and that in and of itself might also weigh on what we see in fixed income. How do you balance that out? The idea here of more attractive yields and maybe even potentially more attractive prices, but at a time where maybe recessionary conditions might distort the potential gains on that.
Well, not necessarily the gains on bonds per se, but the interest that you are receiving, the coupons are quite high. And we like municipals, investment-grade corporates, and treasuries. You can even do a little bit of laddering or barbelling, where you're doing a little bit on the short end and a little bit on the longer end. We're getting paid in bonds right now like we haven't been paid in a long time. And at this point, it's more attractive, and where we are in the Fed cycle is more attractive for bonds to flourish than stocks. And with companies coming out probably in the next quarter with earnings revisions, that's what we fully expect. There will be some downside in the stock market at this, within this numbered area right now.
When it comes to the pace of rate hikes and the potential for the Fed, if not necessarily to pause, but to sort of get somewhere to that terminal rate and at least hang out there for a little while, do you buy into this idea here that investors need to prepare themselves for, I guess, higher for longer, higher interest rates from the Fed for a much longer period of time?
Potentially, and what they're really just trying to do is slow down demand, which I think it's working. We're starting to see it work. There's no need to go back and look at the past and why we're here or how this happens, but more like where are we now and where can we best position our portfolios going forward. There's been, zero rate in interest rates for a very long time. Now you can get some very nice 1-year, 6-month Treasury bond yields that we haven't seen in quite a bit, and also longer term as well. I prefer the investment grade over high yield bonds at this point, and that's basically because there is a lot of stress on corporations right now, including higher interest rates for borrowing, as well as potential earnings reductions.
What about the municipal market? There's been a lot of folks who look at that and they say there's a lot more opportunity there as well.
Absolutely. We started buying munis for clients back in the spring, and that has certainly paid off, more of a laddering the money in. We don't go all in with our clients. We like to put a little bit in at a time, test out where we are, and add to that opportunity. So that's worked out well. We're continuing to add, and the tax-free impact of municipal bonds is certainly valuable for people in a higher tax bracket. There's not a lot that we can do right now in these type of markets, but one of the things we can do is tax mitigation, and that's a great place to help clients mitigate tax impact.
Talk to us about some of the cash positioning that we've seen in this market, and particularly for you and some of your clients here. Is there any sense here that increase in cash positioning has actually started to come back down?
Not necessarily per se. I think everyone's still being cautious in terms of the equity markets. What I've been doing with clients is reducing a little bit of the large cap exposure, more of the index part, and focusing more on active management, because we think that company selection really matters in this type of environment. So not necessarily increasing the equity portion of the portfolio, just rotating it out of certain areas and into other areas to clean up the balance sheet a little bit. New money is really going into either fixed income, cash, still holding cash. Clients are getting paid quite a bit of money to hold cash, and it's not a bad area to sit and hold and be patient for the time being. And the other area is just the general alternative investment market space, which is another area that we think is going to look good for clients going forward.
Is there an argument for extending duration on some of those fixed income assets at this stage?
There is, because if you think about it, if the Fed starts to slow down raising rates, at some point you want to lock in the higher rates that are out there. So there is an argument for that. And that's a little bit of what I was alluding to earlier with either laddering or actually doing a barbell approach.
Okay, Kathy, great to catch up with you. Kathy Entwistle, Morgan Stanley Managing Director, helping to kick off today's program, a countdown to the close that comes a little bit earlier. And we do want to bring you some breaking news here. We do know that European leaders were discussing those price caps on Russian crude oil. They were expected to come to some decision today. We're now learning that EU diplomats have postponed their oil price cap talks until after this weekend. Remember, they still are up against a December 5th deadline for when those sanctions are set to take place. So in theory, they would need to get something done by that time. We'll go back to that story at some point here on the day, but a lot more to talk about as we work your way through the close and beyond. Of course, we do want to talk about Black Friday. It is in focus, and we're going to dig into retail and consumer spending and what it says about the health of the economy on one of the busiest shopping days of the year. We'll be back in a moment. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Go. After hardly a full year of name, image, and likeness deals being a reality, UCLA quarterback Chase Griffin already has more than 20 deals with major brands, venture, and charitable groups, all while balancing graduating undergrad in just 2 years and fighting for playing time on the field.
Chase Griffin out of the gun.
We are joined by UCLA quarterback Chase Griffin, not just UCLA quarterback, but name, image, likeness superstar. I am psyched for this one.
This kid could actually be the president of the United States someday.
When it comes to building generational wealth, it's not about the money that you make in college. I'm very excited that I made the amount of money that I made last year. I am even 10 times more excited that I know how to make that money.
When innovation strikes,
Bloomberg Technology is there with the news and analysis you need. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg.
This is a market that, over the past few weeks, has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Romain Bostic here with a look at, well, the holiday shopping season officially underway here. Black Friday, and retailers in the U.S., they're actually bracing for a slower than normal holiday shopping season. High inflation and sagging consumer sentiment, one of the things weighing on Americans right now as they look maybe for bargains, and that raises a question here about inventories. Remember, inventories, or rather the lack thereof, was all the rage back in 2020 when we were all looking to buy things that just really weren't there on the shelves. Retailers responded, those inventories swelled, and that actually left them with a lot more goods than they really need. And now, here on this Black Friday, a lot of bargains that didn't exist last year or even the year before, appear to be out there. But the big question is, are consumers willing to buy, and do they have the capacity to buy? We decided to send Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta out to one of the busiest areas in New York City, busy any day of the year, but certainly on Black Friday, out in Herald Square, right in front of the flagship Macy's store. And Kriti, I mean, what's the general mood here? I mean, are the crowds big? Are people actually buying things?
The crowds are actually big. Look, it waned a little bit earlier this morning. People were still lining up, though, at 5:30 in the morning, ready for those promotions you were just talking about. You did see a little bit of, like I said, fade in the early morning, and then now people are out in full force. The weather is actually cooperating as well, and they're bringing out their families. People are actually shopping. One of the differences, say, just 2 hours ago, Romain, was people were going into Macy's. They were looking. They weren't necessarily buying, and that's the real difference. They were kind of window shopping, but then would go home and kind of buy online or buy through the competitors. Now you see people actively shopping for real merchandise, taking some of the inventory off the shelves and off the racks, and I think that's the game changer. But at the end of the day, the question remains, is this the Achilles heel for a lot of retailers? You mentioned those high inventories. Even if the consumer does digest and really eat up all of those markdowns, is it going to be enough to help some of these retailers make their bottom line?
Yeah, and I'm also curious here, Kriti. I mean, we make such a big deal about Black Friday and for folks sort of physically going out to these stores, but we know that the world of shopping has changed dramatically over the last decade, so you don't necessarily need to do that. Is there a sense here that what may end up being lacking on a day like today gets made up over the next few weeks as people buy more of their stuff online?
Absolutely. In fact, I would say that's almost the preference, and that really goes back to the point I was alluding to earlier, this idea that people are going in, they're figuring out what they want, but they're not actually buying the merchandise in person. What that does, though, is create kind of this effect where returns are far more likely, and that's one of the worries for a lot of these retailers, to where you're actually seeing some of them, I'm going to exclude Macy's from this category, actually start to charge for returns. I think that's a really key part of the equation, but at the end of the day, Romain, a lot of people are walking into Macy's specifically for the experience, not just tourists, but even people who do actually work here. You can't try perfume online. You can't try clothes online. At the end of the day, walking into a store, a brick and mortar store, is still helpful.
Right, but does Macy's want that? I mean, if you're just going to come in and spray the perfume and try something on and then go back home and try to find a discounted online somewhere, how does that help Macy's? Unless, I guess, those people go on to Macy's.com.
Well, it does and it doesn't. Look, I kind of went into Macy's, looked around, tried to look at the bargains, and some of them are actually marked down by more in store than they are online. I think that's a really interesting dynamic, that you could actually get something on sale and get a better bargain if you come into the brick and mortar stores for the exact reason that you mentioned, Romain. They're trying to get rid of the inventory and get rid of it fast, especially as they restock ahead of the holidays.
But you got to be careful about what you want to buy, because if you need to return it, you're going to have to pay. That seems relatively new, and I know, at least in my household, that would be a killer.
It would be a killer. And I mean, look, this is exactly how a lot of these retailers are adapting. And you're starting to see it with basically these restocking fees that can be anywhere from $2 to $5. And even those tiny margins will then help you make up for the lost basic revenue per item that you're starting to see that they actually have to enforce through these higher markdowns. So it's kind of a tug of war here, because at the end of the day, look at the share prices for some of these retailers, for example. They're actually responding better if your inventory is cut. But then on the other end, if you look at the balance sheet, that's where they're really struggling because they're having to give away these items for a lot less than they would normally have to.
And I also wonder, Kriti, like what's going to be the difference in the performance of some of these stores versus, say, a department store like a Macy's that basically sells a lot of different brands, or maybe something like a Nike which only sells its own products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really crucial point because actually if you look at kind of Herald Square in general, of course, we're standing outside of Macy's, but around us we have Urban Outfitters, which really kind of targets the more teenage crowd. You also have H&M, which targets a lower income crowd relative to Macy's. So you are starting to see a far bigger, I want to say at least in-person anecdotal bias towards Macy's, which I think really supports the idea that essentially the higher income client, the wealthier client, is able to maybe spend and is actually willing to spend a little bit more than, say, your teenagers or your lower income clients. If you actually look around, once again, anecdotally, I don't have the numbers to support this, and you look at the shopping bags around here, I'm not seeing a ton of H&M or a lot of Urban Outfitters. A lot of it is really driven by Macy's because at the end of the day, the bargains are bigger right here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be sort of a big narrative here, bargains, and of course, the higher income consumers. Kriti Gupta out in New York City's Herald Square, keeping an eye here on the Black Friday shopping season kicking off today. Still a lot more to come here, an aisle on the oil markets, pulling back just a little bit. EU diplomats apparently hitting pause on those negotiations surrounding a price cap on Russian oil. We're going to get the details on exactly what's happening and what's to come. This is Bloomberg.
Thinking big from the beginning. I mean, the reason that I was interested in doing this in the first place was a much bigger challenge than making a comfortable shoe or doing something in the fashion industry as a narrow opportunity. We thought that there was a big leadership opportunity. We looked around at an industry where there was 20 billion pairs of sneakers made every single year, and it was 100% made from plastic and the hides from cows, and it was terrible for the environment. And we thought that we could offer something to consumers that was differentiated in the way it feels, more comfortable, higher performance, and do that because we use sustainable materials. And in doing so, we could take a really interesting leadership opportunity and grab that and use that to tell a totally different story and compete on a totally different vector than what the rest of the industry were doing.
Right now, European Union diplomats have apparently hit pause on negotiating those price caps on Russian oil. They're set to return to the table on Monday to try to hash out a deal, but it comes as warning signs over the oil demand outlook has really been in focus. Bloomberg Deputy Manager for Energy and Commodities joining us right now, Simon Casey, to talk a little bit more about this. And Simon, let's start first here with the status of those negotiations. Where do we stand right now, and what's been the sticking point?
So these talks have dragged on all week, Romain. I mean, at the beginning of the week, we were told that we could get an agreement announced before Thanksgiving on Wednesday. That didn't happen. The talks resumed today. Now, as you said, they've been put off again. Well, they tend to continue essentially, but extended into next week. So there's clearly a sticking point. The sticking point is the price at which this price cap is going to be set. The current price level being valued around is about $65 per barrel. that is roughly about $20 below where Brent's trading today. That's a lot higher than what had initially been expected when this price cap was first announced as an idea. And there's real discord, there's a real split between some EU members over where this price should be set.
We'll stop right there for a second, Simon. You mentioned that's about 20% where Brent is trading, but then I was looking a little bit earlier at sort of the benchmark prices out of the Euro region, basically the prices that you would pay on the market for Russian oil. And the differential, at least based on the open market pricing, is actually even worse than that. It's something like, I think, a 24 or 25% discount to Brent. So if they're setting it at a bottom at 65, how does that actually hurt Russia?
Well, it doesn't. And that's the issue. And that's why you've got Poland, particularly amongst the EU nations, decrying this price level. It's totally ineffective. It doesn't really mean anything. On the other side of the equation, you have a Greece, which is, as we all know, it's got a massive maritime industry. It wants to keep the Russian oil flowing, so it's got a vested interest there. The fact that these talks have failed to come up with any kind of agreement sort of suggests that they might struggle to hit on a deal come Monday. And even if they do, and it's around about $65, you're absolutely right. It almost certainly won't affect Russian flows of oil unless Russia retaliates. And in the recent past, Russia had said, the government had said, if countries sign up to this deal, we'll retaliate and we won't supply oil. But at these kind of price levels, they're so comfortable with them, they welcome this. Right. They signaled this week that actually they're reassessing their position. So this thing could be completely toothless.
This is an interesting move, and obviously it's a big component right now of some of the price action that we're seeing in the oil market. Of course, the other side of the equation is what we're seeing in demand. And there, at least in terms of how the market is viewing things, there does seem to be concern that global demand for oil has already weakened and may continue to weaken further.
Well, that's right again. I mean, I think even within the time frame since we've been talking about this price cap, which is like the last 2 months or so, 3 months, the demand picture's got substantially worse. That's largely because of what's going on in China. You have these COVID lockdowns. China is the world's second largest oil consuming market after the US. And that's really taken the wind out of the sails of the oil market this year. Prices have come way down from, we were seeing price levels of over $120 a barrel at the beginning of this year in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine. Now, as we say, Brent's down in the mid-80s. It could weaken further. And it's not looking good. We're also seeing not just the price, but the price structure, what traders look at the price being paid today compared to dates further out on the calendar. That's flipping into what traders call a contango. Previously, it was in a backwardation, whereas, immediate prices were much higher than future prices, signaling that there's real concerns of tightness. That's all melted away. Now it's the reverse.
Okay, and then, of course, we have, for traders, one other thing they have to throw into the mix, and that's that OPEC Plus meeting, the next one coming up. And I guess a lot of rumors here about Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and their production levels. What are we expecting to hear?
Well, the big surprise, of course, with OPEC Plus was 2 months ago when they made that surprise production cut. Would they cut again so soon? It's extremely unlikely if you talk to people in the market. But, I mean, that's undoubtedly what they're going to be talking about. We've got used in the last 2 years to very sort of perfunctory, quick OPEC meetings because there wasn't much to talk about except sort of gradually lifting the production profile of the group in the post-COVID era. I think things are changing pretty radically now. It's going to be a really interesting meeting next week, and we'll be all over that to see, even if there's no actual production change, how the tenor of those discussions, what that means for the next OPEC meeting.
All right, Simon, great to catch up with you. Simon Casey, who helps manage our coverage here of the energy market. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on both what's going on with those European price caps they're trying to impose, as well as that OPEC Plus meeting on tap just a little bit after there. WTI crude right now, right around 76, 77 bucks a barrel, and we're seeing Brent crude back below 85. Coming up here, a lot more to talk about on the show. Apple actually having a pretty awful day here, even on light volume. Some concerns here that production of iPhones in November could fall by at least 30%. We'll explain why. Coming up after the break. This is Bloomberg.
Most of us don't spend much time thinking about the grid, the dizzyingly huge system of cables, transformers, and outlets that reliably powers our lives. It's an easily ignored, change-resistant part of the modern world, and that's the way we like it. But as we move towards less planet-melting ways of producing electricity, the grid is going to have to evolve too.
We're seeing so many countries and governments announcing high targets when it comes to decarbonization and being climate neutral. But this is just one side of the coin. It's not enough to simply generate green energy. We also need to make sure that this is transmitted and distributed to the end consumers.
The grid of today just isn't equipped for renewables. So a new kind of grid is starting to take shape. The supergrid.
A lot's happening on Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
from businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
Now's not a great time to be speculative. It's time for a pivot.
We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
It's a great question. Great question.
Great question.
Great question.
Great question.
That's going to be the best question I get all night.
I'm glad you asked that.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia. This is Countdown to the Close. Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto.
This is Bloomberg Markets to Close, and believe it or not, we're just about 30 minutes away from the end of the trading day, a truncated trading day here the day after Thanksgiving, as is traditional. That also means, as is traditional, volume incredibly light. So don't read too much into the price action today, but the S&P 500 is holding above 4,000, basically unchanged on the day. The NASDAQ pulling back just slightly by about 0.3%, and your two-year yield still camped out around 4.5%. Bitcoin not really going anywhere, 16,005, pretty much where it's been pinned for the last couple of weeks amid all the turmoil surrounding FTX. A lot of turmoil here in the United States and a lot of concerns right now about what's going on over in China, particularly with the big surge in COVID cases. A look at your TV screen right now, and that white line there, that's the number of daily local COVID cases for mainland China as a whole. You can see the big spike we saw earlier in the year. In 2022, that's when China started to reopen certain parts of its economy, ease some of those COVID zero rules, and, well, you saw what happened over the last couple of weeks. We've seen those cases rise back up, and that's raising a lot of questions now about the effect on its economy, and more importantly, the effect on the companies that do business there and are very reliant on that local economy to make their goods. Case in point, Apple. It has a huge reliance on China, and it is the focus of this week's Bloomberg Big Take. Joining us for right now to talk a little bit more about this is our very own Ed Ludlow. Ed, look, it's no secret that Apple is incredibly dependent on China, both in terms of selling its iPhones, but also, of course, making them. And there's been a lot of videos and a lot of other anecdotal evidence about some of the plants that they have in China, some of the unrest involving those plants, and the idea that Apple, if they haven't already, needs to try to maybe diversify their supply chain. What are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking very specifically at Zhengzhou, right, also known as iPhone City. There are 200,000 workers there at a Foxconn facility, which accounts for 4 out of every 5 iPhone 14 Pro handsets that's made. That's what we're talking about here. Earlier in the week, there were protests where those workers basically stormed out of dormitories, clashed with guards, and there was a brief disruption to production. But it raises a much bigger question in that how on earth do you manage this situation? You know, this is a district that is key to the iPhone, but is being shut down to try and curb the spread of COVID-19. The spread of COVID-19 is why those workers were in the dorms in the first place. So I think for me, Romain, I don't know about you, the equity reaction to this story has been really delayed. Earlier in the week, Apple didn't do anything. I know you talked about thin volumes, but Apple is down meaningfully this Friday, and it just gives you a sense of how worried investors are about the situation in Zhengzhou.
Yeah, I mean, the share is down about 2% here on this day. I am curious, Ed, talk about sort of the repositioning, though, that Apple can do with the supply chain. I was looking, Bloomberg Intelligence, I think, did a great analysis a couple of months ago showing that for Apple just to move 10% of its supply chain completely away from China, that would take years to do because there's just so many different components that are either made in China or linked to China in some way that it's almost impossible for them to move everything wholesale all at once. We know they've attempted to open some new plants or shift some production to Taiwan, to India, and some other places here. What do we know about the process to do that? Is there an attempt to speed that along?
Yes. In short, yes. I mean, remember how Apple operates. The facility in Zhengzhou, which, as I said, accounts for 80% of current generation production on the iPhone handset, is operated by Foxconn. Foxconn is a contract manufacturer for Apple. Use the SPLC function on your Bloomberg terminal, and you can look at the relationship between those companies on how reliant they are on one another. They have tried very hard to move production to India, as you said, as an example, but they cannot do it in a way that it can quickly account for a meaningful volume of the production. That's why this story right now, at the end of November, December, is so crucial. If you go on apple.com right now, Romain, in New York, and you try to buy yourself an iPhone 14 Pro, it will tell you that it will be delivered at the last day of December or the first week of January. And it's this idea that's similar to the chip industry. Long term, yes, many years they want to shift outside of China. Right now, in the short term, they can't, and they're seeing supply constraints in a period where for Apple, this is a key driver of top and bottom line, right? So it's a very difficult story. Change doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah, and we talk about how much pressure this puts on Apple. I was just looking back at that data. So 98% of the iPhone production right now is tied to China in some way or another, according to Bloomberg Intelligence. But then they were looking at other companies like HP, Microsoft, Amazon, some of the other companies that do make hardware, and their exposure there is a lot less. They have a lot more nimbleness to sort of relocate some of their manufacturing to other areas. And I'm wondering why those companies were in such a position where they can move, and why Apple has, I guess, lagged, if you will.
Yeah, I think the answer or the conclusion that Bloomberg Intelligence drew was it's the Foxconn relationship.
Got it.
You know, that for many years, the driver of profit and Apple's margin has been its vertical integration and this idea that Foxconn takes on the burden of contract manufacturing. They outsource it to those that are best at it. But because that's been a mainstay and for such a long time it's been so successful, they're now caught up in a situation where they're left behind in the sense they can't pivot elsewhere, and they have a less diversified supply chain. And remember, they've also had personnel changes on that supply chain team. Remember the Bloomberg scoop? The head of supply chain left the company after an embarrassing video, so it's been a tough year.
Yeah, it's certainly been a tough year for the company, for the stock as well. Apple shares down a couple percent, a fifth biggest decliner in the S&P 500 today. Light volume to be sure, but a notable move as well. Ed Ludlow out west there giving us the update there on Apple. Coming up here, we're going to talk about what's been going on in the crypto space. The drama isn't over. CZ, the Binance CEO, he actually sat down for an interview and to talk about the fall of Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX empire and its implications for the broader crypto market. We continue to count you down to the closing bells. Our early close here at 1 p.m. New York time, just 24 minutes away. 4,026 on the S&P 500, basically unched on the day. A Russell 2000, one of the few bright spots, up about 4 to 0.5%. From New York to our viewers worldwide, this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
I'm going to take a look right here at regulation.
We are seeing digital currencies under some pressure.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people.
I want to have some of my money outside of the sovereign.
The transactions.
It all comes down to the details here.
And the technology.
How does that affect disruptors like you?
What happens to everything that you're investing in when the last Bitcoin is mined?
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
When the price of anything goes up, the consequences reach far beyond what you'd expect. But perhaps most of all, when it comes to food. In 2010, surging food prices helped spark the Arab Spring. Lives were lost, regimes fell, and the consequences are still with us. Once again, food prices are rising, and fast. Energy costs, broken supply chains, and surging demand were just some of the factors that have driven food prices to their first record high since the Arab Spring. And that's all before a war between two of the world's biggest food producers. Ukraine is called the breadbasket of Europe, and taken with Russia, the two account for about a quarter of global wheat trade. They produce more than half of the world's sunflower seeds and oil, nearly 20% of the barley. Now throw in rising energy prices, and processing, transporting, even refrigerating food gets more expensive. Plus, fertilizer production is extremely energy intensive. Less fertilizer means lower crop yield, and prices rise even more. The pandemic revealed how complicated and fragile global trade systems are. Global agriculture, perhaps even more so. Unlike metals, for example, food goes bad. And crops take months to grow and are vulnerable to unpredictabilities like the weather. Rising food prices will be felt everywhere, but the poorest countries in the world will be hit the hardest. And as all these factors compound, the real fear is that record high will lead to record high, and ultimately to a global food crisis with vast consequence.
So you've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg.
They have.
I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
CZ, SBF, FTX, a lot of acronyms there. All you need to know is that the CEO of Binance, CZ, has not been shy about talking about the downfall of Sam Bankman-Fried's empire, as well as the broader implications for the crypto market. He did sit down with Bloomberg Television in an exclusive interview with our very own Haslinda Amin to talk about the future of distressed crypto assets. Take a listen as to what he had to say.
We'll see a little bit of contagion. Whenever one big player goes down, especially a trading platform, there are many other people or institutions with money on the platform. I think we've seen Genesis halting withdrawals. I think there probably may be one or two more, a couple others. I don't know how many. But each time there's cascading effects, the effects become smaller. So I think overall, the industry is fine. But there will be some probably.
You tweeted, then deleted a tweet suggesting perhaps liquidity issues at the likes of Coinbase as well as Grayscale. Is there reason to worry about that?
I don't think I tweeted about Grayscale, and also I didn't say there's liquidity issues at Coinbase. I was just referring to two articles. One article says Coinbase says Grayscale has 635K Bitcoins with them. The other article 4 months ago says Bitcoin only has 600K Bitcoins on the exchange. I understand the exchange is separate from the custody, so I just posted as a question, are those two numbers correct? But of course, that caused a lot of misunderstandings among communities, so I deleted the tweet.
Are there solvency issues to do with those companies? Some say that perhaps you tweeted because you wanted to build your own empire to spread the fear, the rumors.
Not so. Okay, so I don't know if there are issues with those other businesses. The thing with other businesses is unless we get very accurate financial statements, wallet addresses, we don't know for sure. But I'm not tweeting that because we want to build our empire. I think I actually reflect on the FTX situation, and I kind of blame myself for tweeting that too late. We let, I think as an industry, we let FTX got too big before we started questioning some of those things. So I'm taking the approach where we ask questions much earlier. It does not mean any attacks on any of our industry peers. We just want to build more transparency and more scrutiny into the industry. Having said that, Coinbase has been operating for 10, 12 years. I think, they're listed company in the US. I'm sure they already have a lot of audited financials. Just we don't see that on the blockchain. For people in the industry, we like to see data on the blockchain, which is actually the most transparent way to display information.
CZ, you've talked about launching a crypto recovery fund. Where are you on that? You've talked about interest being quite substantial. Who's interested?
Yes, so we should have a blog article going out today. There's been back and forth on how to structure that. Do we make that a loose fund or do we make it an actual fund? I think we're kind of going with a loose approach where different industry players will just contribute as they wish. So I think a blog post is going out today. I think we're structuring so that it's going to be quite public. Whoever contributes move funds to a blockchain crypto address that people can look at. So it's not just some behind the scenes fund. So I think that's kind of being finalized now, and I think a blog post is going out soon.
The CEO of Binance there, CZ, speaking a little bit earlier with our very own Aslinda Amin, and joining us right now is Vildana Hyrick, who covers crypto for us here at Bloomberg. You've been a very busy person, I'm sure, over the last couple of weeks. I do want to start off here with something that he said at the start of that clip that we played. The idea that the cascading effects from the fallout of FTX are starting to get smaller, and in his words, the industry is fine, is it?
He did say the industry is fine, which is very striking. If I can just say, this interview is fascinating. It's almost hard to stop watching it. There's a list of people everybody in crypto wants to be hearing from right now, and he is at the top of that list, along with SBF and some of the other acronyms that you had been mentioning. But I think everybody at this moment is waiting to see what else happens. We've been doing really great reporting in terms of some of the other players that potentially might be impacted, where we had earlier this week a report on Genesis telling some of its clients, for instance, that it is obviously trying to raise cash, and that if it doesn't raise funds, then potentially they could also be in trouble. We haven't really seen as swift of effects among some of those other players as we did with FTX. So people are still waiting to see what exactly happens next.
Well, when you compare it to some of the other failures that we've had in the crypto space, Mt. Gox and a few others here, I mean, how does this compare in terms of the contagion or maybe the lack of contagion?
I think the most interesting thing about what's happening right now, when I'm talking with people who are in the crypto markets or industry players, or even people who are watching it from the sidelines, a lot of them are telling me that this time things actually feel a lot more scary. I think partially it's because FTX had been such a huge player in the market, but also it had been looked at highly, and SBF had been looked at highly from market participants, and just the shock of it and the suddenness of that, it does feel a lot scarier for people this time around.
But then when I hear people like CZ or Brian Armstrong or Coinbase, and they kind of say everything's fine, and on one hand I'm tempted to believe them, but at the same time you kind of wonder why. I mean, I know that what happened to FTX to a certain degree may have been unique to maybe some of the behavior that went on behind closed doors, but why am I to believe that same behavior is somehow not at all an issue for those other companies?
I think the answer here is very simple. It's that within crypto, there's never-ending optimism always.
Yes,
I think whenever you talk to people within crypto, you'll hear them talking about the future and how much more adoption there will be in the future. When something bad happens in crypto, when you ask people about it, you typically tend to get an answer along the lines of, it's fine, this is weeding out the weak players, and in the end, we're going to be a stronger industry as a result of any of the bad actions, of name anything that's happened earlier this year or even recently. They'll give you sort of an answer like that, where in the future, there's just much more optimism.
So then what do you make of the price action then? I mean, just take Bitcoin, for example. I mean, today it's holding around 16,005. I mean, there were some people that at the start of the whole FTX fallout thought, okay, this is the end of Bitcoin. Not the end, it was certainly going to collapse a lot further than where it went. I think it briefly spent some time in the 15,000s, but it's holding. What does that tell you? Was that a good sign?
It is holding right now. So we have to remember, Bitcoin is the largest. So within crypto, a lot of people will call it, quote unquote, the safe token or the safe asset within crypto. So if you're going going to go anywhere and you have to stay in crypto, maybe you'll gravitate towards Bitcoin. So that's one of the reasons. The second really is, like I said, and as CZ said, people are waiting to see what else is going to happen. But you certainly have a lot of people going around and saying, I'm so shocked we didn't drop below 15,000 or even towards 13,000 or 12,000. And really, it's just we're sort of in this wait and see moment now that the headlines have abated a bit.
And his comments, CZ's comments here about the blockchain and the idea that if you have things that are more on that blockchain, it's more transparent and not necessarily the issues that you dealt with FTX, where a lot was going on that we couldn't necessarily see.
That's true. Although with FTX, you know, that's one of the centralized exchanges within crypto. So the idea now that everybody's talking about is potentially maybe some of these DeFi players or, you know, places that aren't as centralized where you don't have that sort of structure, the same structure. Those places potentially maybe could be coming out better in the end or are holding up better in the meantime. So we'll see what happens.
All right, Vildana, Hyrik covering all this for us here at Bloomberg, continuing to follow what's been going on in the crypto industry here. Friday afternoon here in the United States, a shortened trading week and a shortened trading day. We're setting up for the close in just a little more than 15 minutes time. Coming up, we are going to talk a little bit here about the big debate about consumer spending and, well, the recession. Are we in one? Are we headed for one? Bob Elliott, Chief Investment Officer over at Unlimited and a former investment committee member over at Bridgewater, going to be joining us in just a bit. This is Bloomberg.
China's military power has been growing at an incredible speed over the last 20 years.
A strong country must have a strong military, as only then can it guarantee the security of the nation.
In terms of sphere of influence, we absolutely know that China wants to be dominant in Asia. So there is a target to get to that point, to be a military that is a peer to the greatest militaries in the world by 2035.
The competition for influence is a global one, and through a multi-decade trajectory fueled by planning, money, and pragmatism, China is building a military that allows it to shape the 21st century just as the U.S. shaped the 20th. This is Bloomberg Markets, the close, believe it or not, less than 10 minutes away here, an early trading session here for the United States, as is traditional the day after Thanksgiving, a 1 p.m. close for the U.S. equity markets. Not a whole lot going on here. The S&P holding above 4,000, though relatively unchanged on the day. The Dow, the Russell, and the NASDAQ slightly higher here. We should point out the volume is incredibly light and trading range is light as well. The S&P 500 has only fluctuated, I think, by about 13 points from peak to trough here on this day, one of the tightest
widest trading ranges that we've seen all year. U.S. yields not going much further. The bond market is open, though it does close at 2 p.m. The dollar slightly higher here on the day, and of course a lot of focus right now on the retailers as the Black Friday holiday shopping season kicks off. It'll be interesting to see not only whether consumers can spend, but more importantly, what they spend it on. Joining us right now to ride us through those closing bells is Bob Elliott. He's the Chief Investment Officer over at Unlimited. He's also a former investment committee member over at Bridgewater Associates. Bob, great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely here. I do want to start off here with consumer spending, because that's really at the tip of everyone's tongue right now. People are shopping. We know that. But there's a lot of questions about how much capacity the consumer has to spend and what they're going to spend it on. Are they going to be buying those big ticket discretionary items, or are they going to be saving up that money to, I guess, to buy those essentials?
Yeah. When we look at how consumers have weathered the period post-COVID, they were able to basically sock away a fair amount of savings thanks to the various stimulus measures, as well as a pretty good job market, all things considered, and reasonably healthy income growth. And so what we're seeing today is that consumer spending is pretty good, all things considered, 6 to 8% sort of year-over-year nominal spending. That's a bit higher than what income growth is, which highlights the fact that consumers are spending at this pace by just saving in many different ways. That's the sort of thing that can last for a little while, but it can't last forever. And so either that spending's got to come down or the incomes have to rise, one of the two, or it's not going to be, it's not going to continue.
But it's a weird mix, though. I mean, you mentioned the just savings. I mean, we know that a lot of the spending we saw in 2020, 2021 was aided by a lot of government stimulus that helped to boost household savings and household balance sheets. Right now, we've seen a lot of evidence that a lot of people are spending on their credit cards and using other forms of debt rather than what cash or what little cash they might have in their bank account. Does that worry you?
It does, because the spending cannot persist forever. So we'll probably have a great holiday season. People will go out and continue to spend and continue to enjoy themselves and have a great holiday season. I think the real question becomes, what does the second or third quarter of next year look like when that savings has finally been exhausted? How will the consumer continue to spend? And maybe at a time when the labor market isn't quite as strong as it is today, the combination of those really creates a risk in the back half of next year around a recessionary environment.
So well, then you mentioned the second and third quarter next year. A lot of people, when they talk about recession, they say that's kind of the sweet spot for maybe where we should be looking for a recession. Do you think that by the time we get to the second and third quarter of next year, we'll be in one?
More likely than not is what I'd say in terms of moving to a recession. I think the main question that we've got to keep our eyes focused on is the consumer and our businesses a little more resilient than they've typically been maybe in some of the past cycles? And so it's most likely that we're going to see second or third quarter recession, but the risk is for a later recession rather than an earlier recession.
Right.
And that, I think is important consideration when you're thinking about, stocks, the stock market and the bond market, and also inflation conditions, which may continue to see upside pressure as it takes a little while to get that decline in growth.
What about the length and severity, though? Because that's obviously going to be a big part of this. I mean, no one's anticipating another global financial crisis, but there is some concern here about how long this could be.
Yeah, most of us haven't lived through a typical macroeconomic downturn. Or if we have, it was in the 2000 period, and we've sort of forgotten about it. Those cycles take 2 or 3 years to play out, between the point of the stock market peak to the stock market bottom to the trough, the peak to the trough of economic activity. And so probably the thing that is going to be most surprising to people in this cycle is a slow or long cycle before we finally hit bottom, rather than the severity.
Yeah, but so square the circle with me, though. The labor market is, by all intents and purposes, pretty strong. I mean, even the Fed admits that. Wages are still higher. We know inflation is eating into a lot of this. Business spending has held up relatively well, at least in certain pockets. It just isn't sort of that widespread, I think, breakdown that we saw in 08, 09, even in 2011, 2012. This just seems a lot different. And I think it makes a case, if you want to buy into the Fed's argument, that this will be a little softer, not necessarily a soft landing, but a softer recession.
Yeah, and I think it's less about a soft landing or a soft recession and more about a slow recession.
Okay.
That it takes a while for these various macroeconomic dynamics to flow through. We've all become accustomed to a very acute slowdown and then rebound after the Fed eases.
Right.
And most cycles take much longer from the point of the Fed tightening to the point where the labor market deteriorates, typically 12 to 18 months.
Yeah.
And then from there, you typically see another 12 to 18 months before a bottom happens. And we're sort of in the third inning of that overall cycle.
Yeah.
And that's something that, I think most people aren't recognizing how slow and how patient they might have to be living through this cycle.
So how do you invest in this cycle, Dan? I mean, particularly for you at Unlimited. I mean, you're basically, just correct me if I'm wrong, you're tracking kind of hedge fund characteristics here. So, I mean, what characteristics do you look for given everything you just said?
Yeah, we use machine learning to basically infer what hedge funds are doing in close to real time. And what we see from them is a very conservative set of positioning. So recognizing that an inflationary cycle is not something that many of those managers have seen before, or any of us in the financial markets. And so they're positioned in a way that is protecting capital. They're positioned towards value equities rather than growth equities. They're also diversified to the variety of different outcomes that could play out. It's possible that the Fed doesn't get inflation under control, and positions in things like gold and commodities look quite good relative to positions in stocks and bonds. And so they've tilted their portfolios, including positions in those assets, in the chance that the Fed doesn't get inflation under control.
How much faith, though, do you have in some of the messaging that we've gotten out of the Fed? I mean, obviously they're not going to come out and say we're going to mess this up, but they've been pretty confident saying that, we can thread this needle, it'll be fine, there might be some pain, but at the end of the day, we're going to get back down to 2% at some point. But that means you're going to have to deal with higher rates maybe for another year or two.
Right. I mean, I think the main thing is to not focus too much on the messaging. There's a whole set of noise around all the different folks at the Fed and exactly how they think, and focus more on their typical response to the various macroeconomic indicators that are coming to them. And when you look at that, you look at a tight labor market and inflation where roughly 50% of the different components of CPI are still rising at a greater than 8% rate on a 3-month moving average. That's a Fed that needs to tighten more. And they'll respond to those macroeconomic indicators as they come through.
Do you think that they would sort of do that proverbial pivot, the idea that if economic conditions do start to weaken materially, do you think that they will be the backstop that I think a lot of folks in the market, at least for the last market cycle, expected them to be?
Well, they're probably not going to be growth sensitive as we saw in previous market cycles. Because in previous market cycles, inflation wasn't an issue. It wasn't a primary consideration to what they were doing. I mean, it hasn't been for really 30 years. And so probably what we're going to see is a more cautious Fed. We might see growth slow, and they might be more cautious in implementing easier monetary policy as a function of that.
All right, we're in conversation right now with Bob Elliott. He's the Chief Investment Officer over at Unlimited, sticking with us as we count you down to these closing bells that come a little bit earlier than normal. This is traditional on the day after Thanksgiving here in the United States, a 1 p.m. close for the U.S. equity markets. Now, of course, take everything with a grain of salt on a day like today. This typically is the second lowest volume day of the year and a tight trading range for all of the major indices. You're hearing the bells and, well, you're seeing some of the clapping here. A Dow Jones Industrial Average that is higher on the day by about 0.4%, 34,347 and change as we wait for these numbers to settle. The S&P 500 is basically unchanged on the day, down basically just by about a point, but holding above that 4,000 level that it broke above earlier this week here, 4,026. Well, the NASDAQ composite lower by about 59 points or 0.5%. We take a quick look here at the Russell 2000. The Russell 2000 posting some modest gains here on the day, up about 6 points or about 0.3%. But once again, a big asterisk based on next to all of these numbers here, given the light volume here. It'll be interesting to see when we come back on Monday, and a lot of folks return on Monday to see whether some of the Fed speak, some of the economic data, as well as some of the micro and macroeconomic conditions shift the narrative and shift the price action in this market. Bob Elliott still with us, Chief Investment Officer over at Unlimited. And Bob, let's look a little bit forward here, right? We're going to hear a lot more from the Fed. We've gotten through an earnings season. I think there's a lot of people that want to know, as you get into 2023, sort of what's the big risk or maybe the big opportunity? What's the big thing that you look for outside of just that?
Well, I think the main thing that is as the risk is that the U.S. economy actually is okay for longer than people expect. I think most professional forecasters of the economy are sitting there thinking we are clearly on a path to recession. It will come, and it will come sometime soon. The thing that could surprise the economy is a continued resilience to the tighter monetary policy, continued higher than expected inflation, and frankly, continued earnings dynamics that are pretty good. They're not great, but they're pretty good in an environment of decent growth and higher inflation.
Do you worry at all about some of the geopolitical issues? Obviously, the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis over in Europe, and whatever is going to happen with politics here in the United States?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the main thing to think about from an investor's perspective is it's very hard to predict any of those outcomes. Yeah. I mean, we just went through a China reopening and then closing in the span of about 10 days, right? And so it's very, very hard to predict any of those things. So the key thing is to be balanced towards the various different outcomes. And I'd say most investors are not balanced towards a more inflationary outcome, right? So positions in gold and in commodities, they're quite underweight on the expectation that you're not going to have as strong a growth, like particularly in the commodities.
But they did overweight that earlier this year. I mean, that seemed to be the big trade, and then for some reason the bloom came off the rose. I think some of it related to China and the demand issues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so the question is, do you want to persist in that trade and basically make a big trade on disinflationary dynamics and growth slowing down? You're probably already positioned in that, maybe in the bond market, and to the extent that you'll benefit in the equity market from easier Fed policy. Most investors are quite unprepared for a higher than expected inflation environment over the course of 2023.
All right, Bob, great to catch up with you. Great insights.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Bob Elliott there. He's the Chief Investment Officer over at Unlimited. A few minutes after those closing bells here, a muted day here, both in terms of price action and volume. We do want to continue our conversation and analysis of what to expect in the weeks and months ahead. Gina Martin-Adams is joining us right now. She's the Chief Equity Strategist for us at Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way, Gina.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
You're on air with us and not out shopping, so you're not really doing your part to help this economy. I am curious, Gina, whether other people are. I mean, what are you looking at right now when it comes to some of the consumer trends here and how that feeds through into market expectations?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, particularly given the day that we have here with Black Friday. We tend to be a little bit overly captivated by Black Friday because we all feel it, we all know it, we all reference it. It's not necessarily indicative of much for the equity market beyond the consumer sector's earnings outlook. So we are watching the consumer stocks relatively carefully. Intriguingly, this year, the consumer stocks are in a really unique position because they are expected to lead an earnings recovery in the S&P 500 in 2023. So we've gone through a lot of turmoil over the course of 2022. These were the groups, in particular consumer discretionary, but also consumer staple stocks, that led us into the downturn in earnings expectations for 2022. They are also expected to lead the uptrend in 2023. And so some degree of traffic over the course of Black Friday is going to be relatively consequential to clearing the shelves that have become overridden with products, particularly for general merchandisers, and allowing for these sectors to create that margin bottom, which is so consequential to the current consensus outlook.
Well, that's what I'm curious about when you say that they'll lead here. Is that going to be a revenue growth story, meaning more sales, or is it going to be more about cost discipline, inventory discipline, et cetera?
It is almost entirely about cost discipline and inventory discipline, which is also really unique. Is the consensus is actually expecting consumer discretionary and consumer staples top line growth to slow into 2023. The sequence of earnings recovery is really about cost management and inventory management. This is, again, particularly the case for general merchandisers. Remember, in the middle of this year, all of the turmoil around Walmart and Target and the inventories that were piling up at these groups, that extends to some of the dollar stores. Anything with a general merchandise category is generally carrying very high levels of inventory relative to sales, indeed the highest levels in aggregate that we've seen since prior to the great financial crisis back in 2008. So this group definitely needs to see those shelves cleared over the course of the next several weeks to get to that recovery. The other item of consequence is Amazon and the internet retail space, which we know has struggled over the course of this year. Amazon and Tesla as the biggest names in the discretionary sector. Those stocks have clearly been a pretty significant drag on performance in the broader indices, but also a big drag on earnings. They are expected to lead recovery into next year as well. The difference with those two is that this recovery is anticipated to be about revenue. So we do need to see traffic start to pick up. We do need to see sales growth start to pick up pretty tremendously at Amazon over the course of this holiday shopping season to prove that case that consensus has designed for the year ahead.
I am curious about when we look at market leadership and obviously the most heavily weighted companies that we pay a lot of attention to. Even outside of just a pure play retail discretionary story, you have a lot of tech stocks up there, the Microsofts of the world, Alphabets, et cetera. What's sort of the growth story, or let me rephrase that, what's sort of the narrative for them from a market perspective going forward? Are they going to be in the mix when you start talking about EPS rebounds and growth rebounds?
Yeah, they're supposed to be. I think you're very, very keen to point this out because the 5 biggest stocks in the index have created a pretty big downdraft on earnings this year. They're expected to show some recovery next year. If you're just looking at the aggregate numbers, this is a group that is responsible for about 25% of the market cap of the S&P 500. They've been experiencing a double-digit decline in earnings growth in 2022, which is expected to clear to a positive double-digit growth rate by the second half of 2023. So there is relatively high expectations that this group can create a fairly significant turnaround in their fundamental prospects into next year. That is also, unlike the rest of the discretionary stocks and the consumer staple stocks even to a lesser degree, that is also reflected in their valuations though. So we look at Amazon and Tesla as good examples. These two stocks traded roughly 40 times forward earnings versus the broader market trading at closer to 15 times forward earnings when the big stocks are excluded. So there is a pretty hefty expectation that their fundamentals will ultimately revert back to sort of the pre-2020 environment. And we will need to see that start to take shape by the early first or second quarter of 2023, or you could continue to see downside pressure on their stock price.
So the appetite for that sort of long-term growth story that was reflected in those lofty valuations prior to the pandemic, you do think investors, at least for the next few quarters, will be willing to give them a little bit of a pass?
You know, they're still giving them a pass right now. So our view is actually that that pass may not be completely justified because I do think inflation is likely to continue to surprise us. Inflation will, in our models, moderate over the course of the next year, but will it moderate enough to really justify a tremendous premium for those high duration stocks is a huge question mark. Now, the consensus certainly seems to believe that inflation will moderate substantially. The Fed will be able to pivot to some degree, and that will justify the premium for these stocks. I'm not as 100% as convinced, I would say, as the consensus. I do think that we're going to have to really rethink the premium that we pay for long duration equities in an environment where rates probably have to stay higher than they were for most of the last cycle.
All right, Gina, always wonderful to catch up with you. Great insights from Gina Martin-Adams, the Chief U.S. Equity Strategist for us at Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up here, we're going to continue our conversation about consumers as they make their way to the stores as well as online, trying to shop for those holiday deals. But some retailers, they've already prepared for the fact that this might actually be a slower Black Friday than what we've seen in most recent memory. This is Bloomberg.
thinking big from the beginning. I mean, the reason that I was interested in doing this in the first place was a much bigger challenge than making a comfortable shoe or doing something in the fashion industry as a narrow opportunity. We thought that there was a big leadership opportunity. We looked around at an industry where there was 20 billion pairs of sneakers made every single year, and it was 100% made from plastic and the hides from cows, and it was terrible for the environment. And we thought that we could offer something to consumers that was differentiated in the way it feels, more comfortable, higher performance, and do that because we use sustainable materials. And in doing so, we could take a really interesting leadership opportunity and grab that and use that to tell a totally different story and compete on a totally different vector than what the rest of the industry were doing.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
Building out local wind, local solar, hydrogen, these are solutions to not just climate issues, but geopolitical issues.
We are in a position by 2030 to have 80% of all electricity generated by wind.
Renewables are the safest, the cleanest, and the cheapest form of energy today, especially for countries such as Greece.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is Bloomberg Markets to close, and well, stock markets right now, they are closed, closing early for the holiday weekend here, Thanksgiving Day. As is traditional, the day after Thanksgiving, markets typically close a little bit earlier. The S&P ended the day relatively unchanged. Volume was incredibly light. In fact, when you go across all the tapes here in the U.S., basically about 4.5 billion shares swapping hands. That's the lowest volume that we've had all year long. In fact, the lowest volume day that we've had going back to Christmas Eve of 2019, if you can believe it. So don't read too much into the price action, though the Dow Jones Industrial Average did finish higher by about 0.4%. Some of the notable individual movers involve Apple. Apple shares were down a couple of percent here on the day, and keep an eye on Activision and Blizzard. Those shares moved down by about 4 to 5% here on the day. Some concerns there about that potential acquisition by Microsoft and a potential antitrust case that could potentially derail a deal that was announced all the way back in early January. Of course, we are keeping an eye on what's going on with retailers here in the U.S., bracing for a slower than normal Black Friday shopping season. High inflation, sagging consumer sentiment, among the factors hurting Americans and their demand for material goods. Here's what some of the top voices have been telling us here at Bloomberg.
This is a Black Friday like no other, right? Consumer sentiment is at a record low. A lot of people are trying to outpace inflation. Inflation in the US is the highest it's been for 40 years, likewise in the UK. We certainly will be looking at a more value-conscious consumer who's going to be checking out the deals. People are desperate to get out and have some of that enjoyment of Christmas that they've lacked the last 2 years. That said, the inflation headwinds are so substantial that, price rises are inevitable.
The top line might still look pretty robust, but when you adjust it for the level of costs, you do see a significant downward shift in terms of margins.
Kriti Gupta has been outside in New York City's Herald Square neighborhood, basically Midtown Manhattan, the seat of a lot of the big retailers there, including the flagship store for Macy's. And Kriti, seems like the main takeaway from folks that we've spoken to on Bloomberg is that people want to shop, but there are inflationary pressures that may sort of constrain their capacity, and these people are going to be looking for bargains. What are you learning?
Well, they absolutely are, and I think that's why today is so important, not necessarily for retailers and their bottom line, essentially the sales, but essentially a litmus test for what the rest of the holiday season shopping really looks like, and that's going to be crucial. The idea here that if consumers are going to buy, are they going to buy the higher markdowns, or are they simply just going to stop altogether? Remember, it is at the end of the day a little bit of a trade-off between volume of purchases, basically. We're already starting to see a little bit of a slowdown. You're seeing this in the broader sphere as well. The idea that shipping volume around the world is slowing down. So is shopping volume. So they have to make it up with the price hikes. And I have to say higher inventory or higher markdowns as well. And that's a very careful balancing act for a lot of these retailers.
And it's interesting you bring that up too, because we've gone through a period here, Kriti, over the last couple of years where we've been buying a lot of stuff. Some of it out of necessity during the pandemic, but some of it just because we had the capacity and willingness to spend. And I know during the holidays we're sort of, prodded to spend. Basically we're not good Americans if we don't. But I'm just wondering if people really need as much stuff right now compared to the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. I would also argue that there is a little bit of a experiential, intangible way to look at this as well. Look, this has been a rough couple of years post-pandemic, something that you are just now seeing recover to pre-pandemic levels and beyond. Shopping, for example, spending is supposed to go back to 2019 levels, not just on today as well, Black Friday, but the entire shopping weekend. Yeah. That is a real game changer. In terms of whether or not people are actually needing what they're buying, that's really up to debate, but I think there is a piece piece of the equation that says some of the shopping is more about the experience rather than need.
Yeah, I think some people would argue we don't really need anything beyond food, water, and clothes, but that's a whole nother debate. I am curious, we were just showing some video there of folks lined up outside. I think that was Macy's, if I'm correct. It seemed like in the dark early this morning. Was there really that many people out there waiting to get into these stores?
There were. I want to say there were maybe at least 200 people out here. The line did wrap around the corner, so you did see that enthusiasm. But I think as soon as the doors opened at about 6 a.m., it all kind of came into more calm, less chaos. And even if you go inside Macy's or really any of the stores around me right now, Urban Outfitters, H&M, they all are really not seeing the same Black Friday chaos they've seen pre-pandemic. It's a very calm, tame shopping experience right now.
I'm curious, what would be the difference? You're standing outside Macy's. What would be the difference? You were standing outside, I don't know, the Louis Vuitton store, the Gucci store, Tiffany. Do you think that it would be different in terms of the number of people and their enthusiasm for shopping?
I think there would be, and I think you're seeing a great case study right now. Like I said, we have Urban Outfitters to my left of Macy's, H&M to the right, and all three of these shops, Urban Outfitters, Macy's, and H&M, really target three very different clients. Take the tourists out of the picture, but Urban Outfitters, more of a teenage shop, a young shop. Dana Telsey over at Telsey Advisory Group really warning that bid for teenagers, Abercrombie & Fitch, Aeropostale, Hollister, Urban Outfitters, they're not seeing that same bid. If you then look into the lower income bracket, we saw this with Walmart, for example, even Target. H&M kind of falls in that lower income bracket as well. Even they are not getting the same bid. Where you are getting the bid is the likes of Macy's and Nordstrom, but then the challenge for those retailers really comes down to those markdowns as well. So I would argue, in theory, just based on this tiny little experiment that we just did, if you were to go to Fifth Avenue and see the same kind of bargains, I imagine there's far more Black Friday shopping on Fifth Avenue than there perhaps is at H&M.
All right. Well, when I see you in the studio next time, you have to tell me which street you ended up on, 34th Street or over there on Fifth Avenue, and we'll get to see how Critty spends and shops for her family. Bloomberg's Critty Group doing a lot of great reporting out in New York City's Herald Square. Coming up, we're going to continue our conversation with a look at the consumer's picture, how it's holding up, and get into some of the psychology behind the shopping trends with Claire Tassin over at the Morning Consult. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Most of us don't spend much time thinking about the grid, the dizzyingly huge system of cables, transformers, and outlets that reliably powers our lives. It's an easily ignored, change-resistant part of the modern world, and that's the way we like it. But as we move towards less planet-melting ways of producing electricity, the grid is going to have to evolve too.
We're seeing so many countries and governments announcing high targets when it comes to decarbonization and being climate neutral. But this is just one side of the coin. It's not enough to simply generate green energy. We also need to make sure that this is transmitted and distributed to the end consumers.
The grid of today just isn't equipped for renewables. So a new kind of grid is starting to take shape. The supergrid.
The willingness to spend money and the capacity to spend money. That's been a big narrative here heading into the holiday shopping season. Romaine Bostic here on Bloomberg Markets to Close. You take a look at credit card use, which has jumped pretty significantly here. That's the blue line on your screen. That white line is consumer spending. You see how consumer spending continued to go up despite the fact that credit card use was down. That was because, well, consumers were sitting on a lot of savings. Those savings have apparently dried up, and now a lot of folks turning to their credit cards. Some would look at a chart like this, they would be encouraged. Others would look at a chart like this and maybe be a little bit discouraged. A lot of concerns right now about what's probably going to end up being a very bizarre Black Friday season here. Maybe the parallels aren't going to be as parallel as we would like them to be. We do want to get some insights here out of our next guest. Joining us right now is Claire Tassin over at the Morning Consult, who tracks a lot of this stuff for us as retail and e-commerce analyst. And Claire, I want to start off here with the general expectations I think that consumers have heading into this holiday shopping season, because all we've talked about is all the discounting that we're going to see, all of the bargains that people should be preparing themselves for. And I'm wondering if that narrative is actually in sync with reality.
Well, what we're really noticing from shoppers this season is that they're prioritizing deals and discounts even more than they have in years past because of inflation. People are really trying to keep their holiday spending pretty much flat from 2021, which does mean getting less for their dollar. But within that, they're really trying to prioritize the celebrations and the gifting and deprioritizing things like decor and travel, trying to save some money there just to make it all work this year.
Is it the idea that they're stretched thin? I mean, why?
Well, it's inflation. People have been absorbing these inflated costs all year long. So we're seeing that financial anxiety among shoppers, particularly millennials, women, and lower earners, is really spiking right in time for the holidays, which is making it, of course, more difficult for people to afford all of the extras that come with this time of year.
And I had a chart ahead of you looking at some of the credit card data, which is a little backward looking. We should point out it only goes to the end of September, but we have already started to see an increased use in credit card debt as well as other types of debt by consumers here. And I'm wondering what you're seeing in the trends basically since that last data came out. Are people relying more on credit cards? Are they relying more on some of those buy now, pay later programs?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the real story is in the buy now, pay later programs. When we looked at the share of shoppers who said that they're planning to open new credit cards to afford the holidays this year, it pales in comparison to the percent that are hoping to, or at least interested in leaning on buy now, pay later. There's a 20-point gap from those who are financially anxious are much more likely to say that they are likely to use buy now, pay later this season than those who are not feeling that financial anxiety. So that really seems to be, it feels like a lower risk kind of way to control taking on additional debt to afford the holidays this year.
Talk to us a little bit here about just Black Friday in general, Claire. I mean, when I was younger, Black Friday really was an event because for a lot of people, that was the only way you were going to really go out and get a bargain. You had to go out to the store on Friday morning, and then at some point we decided we needed to do it on Thanksgiving itself. And I'm just wondering if that's kind of over. We make a big deal about this, but I know just in my own email box, the amount of offers and discounts that I was being offered a week and a half ago was already there, and I was able to buy things then.
Oh, absolutely. Retailers have been using Black Friday language in their promotions since October of this year. So it is no longer a singular day event. Several years ago, Cyber Monday entered the scene, and now it feels like it's a full week of deals and discounts. But it's really all of the fourth quarter of the year now. You have varying levels of discounts available across the retail spectrum. And we see that reflected in consumers' intent to shop Black Friday sales. About 47% of people said that they plan to shop today, which is similar to the rates that we've tracked for the last 2 years, but far more people are prioritizing deals and discounts throughout the season and not necessarily pegging their own spending to retailers' calendars.
We've also talked a lot today here about the differences between what we're seeing with lower income shoppers and higher income shoppers. The idea that folks who are rich basically have kept spending and will continue to spend here. Is that a trend that you think will hold up?
Absolutely. In fact, we're seeing among those who do plan to shop today on Black Friday, they do tend to be wealthier because they can afford a lot of the impulse shopping that comes along with those very attractive emails that are sitting in all of our inboxes right now. So those who are feeling more anxious can't necessarily align their cash outlays to retailers' calendars. And so it's really more of a holiday for people who have that extra flexibility in their budgets.
All right, Claire. Well, I'm not sure if you've done your shopping yet, but I guess you don't necessarily need to rush. I mean, it sounds like there'll be deals to be had for those who are looking for them. Interesting psychology and interesting changes that we're seeing here over the years. Claire Tassin, she's the Morning Consult retail and e-commerce analyst. As we continue our conversation here on Bloomberg Markets to Close, coming up, we're going to get some more insight on the macro picture on inflation specifically and what the Fed's next move might be. Chuck Lieberman going to be joining us, Advisors Capital Management CIO. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
So now you've been at JP Morgan for about 25 years?
Yes.
Okay, so, and now you run one of the most important parts of JP Morgan, which is, I say, is the asset and wealth management business. What actually is wealth management and how is that different than asset management?
Great question. The two are often used interchangeably, but they have distinctions. Asset management business is where we manage money on behalf of individuals, institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. We manage them in mutual funds, we manage them in ETFs, we manage them in single stocks, single bonds, hedge funds, private equity, and the like. And that is the heart of the fiduciary business that we run here at JP Morgan. Wealth management is that plus understanding someone's entire balance sheet. So for the individuals where we manage money, we also help them with their mortgage. We help them with a loan that they might need. We help them with their basic credit card. And so wealth management is trying to help someone with their entire life, both their assets and their liabilities, their planning, their gifting, the legacy that they want to leave for their families, the 529 plans they need to prepare to get their kids to go through college. And it's a great insight into people's, entire journey.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets to Close. Looking ahead here to some of the economic data that we're expecting, and most of the focus has been, like most of the year, on inflation and, well, the Fed's response to that inflation. After this week's Fed minutes showed support for moderating the pace of rate hikes to mitigate over-tightening risk, some concern here as to whether the Fed has the capacity and the willingness to stick by that. Chuck Lieberman is joining us right now. He's the CIO and founder over at Advisors Capital Management, and really a long and storied career at the Fed, in academia, as well as at other firms out there in the world of finance. And Chuck, I do want to start off here on the inflation picture and the idea that we have already started to see some degree of moderation. It may not be masterful or even meaningful, but it is some degree of moderation. And I'm wondering, how much of that do you think the Fed is looking at and saying to themselves that maybe they are in a position sometime soon to potentially pause their rate hiking cycle?
Well, it's almost required that they pause at some point. They can't keep on going at 75 basis points at a clip for very long because rates will go through the roof. So some slowdown is necessary. In terms of inflation, some slowdown there was inevitable. Some of the increase in inflation truly was transitory. There were all kinds of factors, supply blockages and other factors that created upward pressure on inflation, created artificially high inflation. But the underlying trends for inflation are driven first and foremost by the labor market, by wages, and those have really not moderated yet at all. So some decline in inflation will occur. The Fed is hoping that there's a lot of moderation. That remains to be seen. It's very hard for me to imagine that inflation is going to come down anywhere close to the Fed's 2% target when the unemployment rate is still so low and labor so tight and wages continue to rise. So the Fed does need some time to see how this plays out, and it makes sense for them to slow the pace of rate hikes to 50 basis points at a clip and maybe subsequently to 25. I still expect the funds rate to go to 5.5% early next year, and then the Fed to pause. And that doesn't mean that they'll then follow with lower rates.
Right.
They may have to follow later with higher rates.
If they do pause and sort of get to, I think, what some of them have described as a sufficiently restrictive level here, what's the general effect in terms of ratcheting down inflation and, more importantly, starting to make some dents in the labor market? If you hold the rate, let's just say it's at 5% there, does that actually contribute to its efforts to sort of bring that down, to bring the inflation in the labor market down?
That's a great question, and the answer is unclear. So at 5% on the funds rate, where is inflation? It's well above 5, at least on the last 12 months basis. So interest rates are really still negative in real terms. And normally you would not expect that level of interest rates, a negative real rate, to really slow the economy down. There are the most interest rate sensitive sectors like housing, which have responded, but it's unclear that much of the rest of the economy will respond. And we continue to see job growth at a pretty good clip. So the answer is, I think we have to wait and see.
We also, I mean, you talk about the housing market being dinged here. We've also seen overall financial conditions in the financial markets also dinged by this, something that the Fed has made clear that they actually welcomed. But then it feels like every time we get any sort of rumors of a pause, any sort of rumors of them ratcheting down the pace of rate hikes, then we get a rally in the markets and everyone thinks, oh, it's just like we're just kind of back to square one. And I just don't understand how they thread this needle. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just dealing with human psychology that just seems to be working against them.
That's absolutely right. And it's amazing because any excuse that the market has to rally, it does, which is another way to determine that the market is actually cheap. When I look at stocks, I can find over 20% of the S&P 500 that's now trading at single-digit multiples. That's cheap. And I have no trouble finding great values. So we're looking at those parts of the market. We think that they offer tremendous value. We're willing to miss the absolute bottom because who can pick the bottom? The market could go a little lower. But I think at current levels, stocks are attractive, and therefore we're inclined to be more buyers than sellers. And some of the sectors that are the most beaten up are the ones that are most attractive. We always fight the last war, and the last war, if you recall, was the housing crisis. Well, housing stocks trade at 3-4 times earnings, which is crazy. So there's tremendous value in everything related to housing.
Are debt markets attractive? I mean, 4.4 on a 2-year yield, and I think if you go out to the 10 and 20 year, you're getting a little bit less than that, right around 3.7, 3.9.
Well, the stock market is attractive. I didn't say the bond market was attractive. Bonds are pretty expensive. Yields are on the low side. And exactly the psychology that you mentioned a minute ago about every time people think that maybe inflation has peaked and is coming down, the market rallies. Well, that's really a problem on the fixed income side more than on the equity side.
All right, great to catch up with you here, Chuck. Happy Thanksgiving, and hope we can talk again soon on the other side. That's Dr. Charles Lieberman. He's the Chief Investment Officer over at Advisors Capital Management. Coming up here, we're going to talk about Amazon. Thousands of Amazon warehouse workers across 40 different countries planning to take part in protests and walkouts to coincide with Black Friday sales. We'll talk about what that means for one of the world's largest retailers. This is Bloomberg.
What are the biggest challenges for General Dynamics, and what are the biggest opportunities?
So I think in any business, the challenges are solving complex problems that come to you. You know, the problems that come to me and my senior leadership team for resolving tend to be highly complex and nettlesome. So your ability to solve those complex problems are an important element, I think, of the value that we add to the company. And then I think opportunities, you always want to make sure that you've got a creative enough mind, an open enough mind to be able to see around square corners. What am I missing? You know, the why questions are really powerful. Why are we not doing this, or why are we doing this? I ask those questions a lot, and in the answers, you can sometimes tease out some real opportunities, some hidden things. But thinking creatively about opportunities and problems is really important.
And what about the industry generally? Do you think they have big challenges now as the defense budget probably comes down a bit?
So I think that we are all responsible, and we have an obligation to find the latest and best technologies that we can for our customers and deliver them in the most cost-effective manner we can. And I think that that's a challenge and an opportunity for all of the big defense companies.
Lots happening on Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights.
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
Now's not a great time to be speculative. It's time for a pivot.
We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
It's a great question. Great question.
Great question.
Great question.
Great question.
That's going to be the best question I get all night.
I'm glad you asked that.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts. Great questions.
You can't really talk about consumer spending and the holiday shopping season without talking about Amazon. Some of the luster coming off of this company here, partly of the shift within the company, but also partly in terms of changing tastes, both among consumers as well as investors. Amazon there in a very, very busy chart. That's the yellow line on your screen. The underperformance that we've been seeing as of late as a lot of people switch to other areas of the e-commerce world, including some of the more, I guess, direct-to-consumer brands there. Meanwhile, as investors sort of parse whether Amazon's going to benefit from this holiday season, thousands of Amazon workers are taking part in protests and walkouts. This is across about 40 different countries. One of the campaign's organizers says that it's time for the tech giant to cease their awful, unsafe practices immediately, respect the law, and negotiate with the workers who want to make their jobs better. That's a direct quote. Joining us right now is Bloomberg's Spencer Soper to talk about what these workers are asking for and what Amazon's response is. So let's start first with what exactly are they asking for? What's the beef here, Spencer?
Well, this is kind of an annual exercise now where they just want better pay and different working conditions. And we see it every year on Black Friday. It's a slow news day. The unions are able to kind of get out there and make some noise. And it's a big spending day, so there's interest. But the big question, it can sound impressive, this global organized effort, but the big question is, are they hitting critical mass in any one particular facility? And especially in the U.S., that's where the unions have not been able to get beyond the big victory they had in Staten Island. We've seen some other union votes that failed. And so, what the workers clamoring for representation that they hope will give them better pay and working conditions, they're just not getting the workers to support them from within, at least enough to form a union where they've actually had elections.
Are these types of protests that we're seeing today, and so this is basically symbolic, is there going to be any real material disruption to Amazon's operations?
Historically, there hasn't been, and that's the thing. These things happen every year, and the exercises. We'll hear from a union in Germany that says 4,000 workers, went on strike, and then we'll call Amazon, and they'll say 2 people called out with the sniffles. There's never really been a big impact to Amazon's operation as a result of this stuff that happens every year. But the question is like, we're always looking, when's the tipping point? When do they hit this critical mass? There's definitely more coordination between the unions. And so they're making it more top of mind. But the big question here isn't, do we have some big global thing? The big question and the big threat for Amazon is there a critical mass of people at one particular facility that's going to keep this momentum going like it started in Staten Island?
I brought you in with a quote from Christy Hoffman, the General Secretary for UNI, the global union, talking about, in her words, the awful and unsafe practices that she says need to stop. Has Amazon responded to those types of comments from her and some of the other union members?
Amazon said it wants to make its warehouses like the safest place to work, or wants to be the best employer, or something like that. And injuries have been a problem for Amazon for a very long time. It's always this question of, okay, we want to get goods to our customers quickly, and we want to keep costs down for our customers. It's hard to do that without putting a lot of pressure on your workforce. And so those things remain a concern. Amazon's been pushing more toward automation, which they say will take some of the physical aspects and the more dangerous parts of the job off of people and onto machines. That's been a constant refrain of theirs. But these issues remain for Amazon. There's been a lot of talk and promises, but the proof will be in the pudding.
All right, something to keep an eye on. Of course, a company that's been dealing with labor issues for quite some time. See if it has any real material impact on their business. Bloomberg's Spencer Soper out west covering the company for us and always doing a great job there. Be well, Spencer. Continuing our conversation here. And actually, we can go over to the UK, as Spencer mentioned. This is a global issue. And, well, some folks are actually thriving in this environment. England football team captain Harry Kane. He's got a lot of talents out there. Of course, we know his football talents. He plays in the FIFA World Cup, and he's investing in, quote, entertainment. The footballer is actually part of a new wave of businesses that are booming out there as the world emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic. Our very own Alex Webb has a look at what's going on.
When the World Cup comes around, there's a lot of pressure on this guy, Harry Kane, the England football captain. But in addition to his day job, can he also save that beleaguered temple of consumerism, the shopping mall? It may seem an unlikely matchup, but he's involved in a big bet on the future of shopping, of which more later. Let's start with the basics. The business model for shopping malls used to be pretty straightforward. You would offer cheap rent to a department store like Nordstrom or Macy's in the US or John Lewis and Debenhams in the UK, and they would become what is known as an anchor tenant. The idea is that they would bring in shoppers from miles around, which would then make it easier to attract smaller shops to fill the spots around it, and that would fill out your mall. E-commerce changed all that. If you could buy something online that would appear on your doorstep a day or two later, it was suddenly less appealing to drive miles to an out-of-town shopping centre. And department stores in particular suffered. Many of them closed down. That created a problem for landlords who all of a sudden didn't have an anchor tenant. which is where Harry Kane comes in. He's an investor in Toka Social, which is part of a new wave of businesses that are booming as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic.
I like to kind of maybe go at newer companies who maybe have a bigger growth and bigger chance to expand.
They're known as experiential entertainment, or eatertainment sometimes, bars that incorporate another activity, such as mini golf in the case of Putt Shack, darts in the case of Flight Club, table tennis when it comes to bounce, and football, soccer in the case of Toka Social.
So the experiential entertainment economy has exploded in recent years, and this is a trend we expect to accelerate. We're seeing a kind of remarkable increase in people wanting to do more of their nights out beyond just eating and drinking. And many companies have already applied the experiential entertainment model very successfully to different sports, most notably golf, but also darts and others.
Players get a little booth where they aim to hit moving targets on the screen with a football. You can have a beer and some chicken wings while your mates are playing. This isn't the bowling alley of your grandparents. There's all sorts of technical wizardry. The good news for shopping malls and their landlords is that these sort of spots attract families and kids during the day and the social crowd out for a drink in the evening.
Department stores are always seen as the anchors of the shopping centres. I think, to be frank, they hadn't anchored them in the way they were originally intended for quite a while. These are not new spaces by and large. I think there are some new concepts and there are new ways they're being managed. I think the key thing is that it now has a wider reach. I think it's got a broader demographic. I think it's better engaged with the local customer.
In many cases, locations that used to be occupied by department stores are now being offered to these experiential entertainment firms. That also means they're getting some of the same deals on the rent. In the case of Putt Shack, the setup costs are about $8 million, and in many cases, landlords are fronting as much as 2/3 of that to entice them in. It appears to pay off. Consumers played 1 million games of mini-golf in Putt Shack's first year at its location in West London. And they take up a pretty big footprint too, 30 to 40,000 square feet. Not quite as big as the 70,000 square feet of a department store, but still bigger than a lot of other shops. Many of these concepts are originating in the UK before they cross the pond to the US. Putt Shack, which just raised $150 million from BlackRock, was founded by Stephen and Dave Joliffe, the same brothers who sold Topgolf to Callaway for $2 billion just a few years ago. The firm behind Bounce and Flight Club is based in London and just raised an additional $35 million in funding. Harry Kane invested in Toka Social in January. He's hoping that the business helps pay some of the bills when he ultimately gets around to retiring. The company aims to add as many as 50 sites in the UK and expand globally.
I feel like this will grow as the years go on, and there'll be tweaks that are made along the way that will improve it, and maybe by the time I'm retired it'll be in a really fantastic place, and I can just maybe enjoy playing football for fun instead of professionally.
Harry Kane can't save the shopping mall on his own, nor can Toka Social. But landlords certainly hope that these sort of spots can give them a new lease of life.
That was our very own Alex Webb there talking about, of course, the superstar power of Harry Kane and whether he can breathe some new life into some of the shopping malls around the world. Coming up here, we're going to explore, well, whether anyone can breathe some life into crypto following the collapse of FTX. A lot of questions about where the investigation goes from here and what kinds of regulatory changes could be out there next. We'll be back in a moment. This is Bloomberg.
China's military power has been growing at an incredible speed over the last 20 years.
A strong country must have a strong military, as only then can it guarantee the security of the nation.
In terms of sphere of influence, we absolutely know that China wants to be dominant in Asia. So there is a target to get to that point, to be a military that is a peer to the greatest militaries in the world by 2035.
The competition for influence is a global one, and through a multi-decade trajectory fueled by planning, money, and pragmatism, China is building a military that allows it to shape the 21st century just as the U.S. shaped the 20th.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
This is Bloomberg Markets to Close. I'm Romaine Bostic, and, well, markets are closed. Stock market closed at 1 p.m. The bond market set to close in about 10 minutes' time. The price action muted, to be sure. The S&P 500 closed basically unchanged on the day, holding at that 4,000 level. The NASDAQ was down about 0.5% here on the day as well. Across all of the tapes here, about 4.5 billion shares swapping hands. That's about more than 50% below the year-to-date average here. This day, the day after Thanksgiving, traditionally one of the lowest volume days of the year. Last time I checked, this one ended up being the lowest volume day, going all the way back to Christmas Eve of 2019. Their two-year yield camped out right around 446 here, and a Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index slightly higher here on the day. Still going to have to wait to find out what happens on Monday to whether any of these prices have any real read going forward. Take a look at this, though. This has a lot of read going forward, and it really is that swap that we've seen between investors interested in consumer discretionary stocks versus consumer staples. A lot of concerns right now about recession and a lot of concerns about the inflationary effects on all of those wage gains. The blue line, that's consumer discretionary minus staples here. The premium that consumer discretionary used to have, no more. That's flipped in favor of staples, and a lot of that has to do with the white line. Real wages when adjusted for inflation, also with a negative sign in front of them. That's been a big part of the narrative all year long and probably going to be a big narrative here in the holiday shopping season. All right, financial markets are closed, at least the stock market is. The bond market's set to close in about 10 minutes. But crypto, it never sleeps. Still trading here, and it's been another wild week as we continue to assess the rubble from the fallout of FTX. We had already gotten the start of those bankruptcy hearings, and lawyers representing FTX talked about, well, a substantial amount, in their words, of assets that they simply can't find. Joining us for a look at where things go for here for the industry is Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. Isabel, we started those hearings earlier in the week here, and I think it was interesting how candid the lawyers and some of the other folks for FTX were about what is there in FTX on the balance sheet, and more importantly, what's not there, what they can't find.
That's absolutely true. In fact, what's shocking to me is really how every day there seems to be something new unfolding and something big. So the FTX collapse is still really the center of everything in crypto right now. And ever since that collapse, you see the price of Bitcoin falling from 21,000 to 15,000. It was a nosedive right there. For the whole week, though, the trading of crypto has been around range bound, 16,000. Last I checked, around 16,500. Yeah. You know, really, Wall Street and the crypto world in general are still reeling from it. Even the efforts of the Binance CEO, CZ, even his promise to try to revive the industry with a $2 billion fund isn't doing much. People are still scared. People still don't know what to do. It's really quite scary. I mean, we've had a lot of crashes before, but people are saying this is different.
But you mentioned the drop that we got from 21,000 or wherever it was to today, where we are right around 16.5, at least on Bitcoin here. Does that signal some degree of stability, though, the fact that it didn't go much further than that 15,000 level that we hit earlier last week?
The fact that it's holding, or at least some people may say that it recovered a bit, is, I guess, good. But at the end of the day, it's still dependent on how you look at it. The thing that excites me about crypto is just the disparity of expectations. We have Cassie Wood this week still doubling down on her 2030 view of Bitcoin to 1 million. But then you also have some analysts who talk to me that, no, it'll fall to even 0, or some say 10,000, some say 15,000. It really depends on who you ask. But isn't that crazy? I've never seen a margin that huge. And that's just really illustrative of the nascent space that we're seeing. And more than anything, we've had a lot of puns in Thanksgiving. How will crypto bulls answer their parents, their grandparents, and their friends? I'm sure they had a tough time, but it really remains to be seen at this point.
What about the contagion, or not necessarily contagion in terms of the fallout from FTX in and of itself, but the contagion when it comes to market sentiment? Did that spill over into other markets outside of crypto?
So that was the first thing I asked my sources when news of the FTX collapse came out. And not a lot of them were concerned. They were saying that crypto as a market, as an industry, is really quite small compared to the broader S&P, for instance, or the stock market, or even the bond market. So they're saying it's going to be quite isolated for now. But as we've seen, there are many things that are interlinked. It's not as isolated as people say. We have, when the FTX collapse happened, we have crypto-related stocks go down.
Yeah.
You know, so we still don't know at this point, but at least for now, it was a sleepy week, as you said, one of the lowest trading days we're seeing. Stocks ended mixed. We have money managers still renewing big speculative bets. You see it in junk bonds. So there are still pockets of optimism right there, and I think people are just really setting up for 2023.
What sustains that, though? I mean, what's kind of the next catalyst ahead that would actually push some of these assets higher?
So people are going to be really looking at the jobs report next week. This is the last one before the December meeting, before the Fed meets. And consensus there is 50 basis points, which is lower, obviously, than the 75 basis point hikes we've seen. But that's really what people are watching. And of course, front and center is the resilience of the American consumer. Today, Black Friday, is the unofficial start of the holiday season. It's going to be a test of how resilient Americans will be. I mean, we've had blockbuster earnings from Best Buy and other companies, but what will happen? Will people still buy? Pandemic stimulus is running out, so
we'll have to see. Isabel, great to catch up with you. Isabel Lee there, Bloomberg's cross-asset reporter, helping us to recap the markets here on a day where markets do close early, as is traditional, the day after Thanksgiving here. A lot to look ahead for next week. Of course, with Jay Powell scheduled to speak on Wednesday, a big jobs report, as Isabel mentioned, as well as new PCE data. That wraps it up for us here at Bloomberg Markets to Close. I'm Romain Bostic. Have a wonderful weekend. This is Bloomberg.
Go. After hardly a full year of name, image, and likeness deals being a reality, UCLA quarterback Chase Griffin already has more than 20 deals with major brands, venture, and charitable groups, all while balancing graduating undergrad in just 2 years and fighting for playing time on the field.
Chase Griffin out of the gun. We are joined by UCLA quarterback Chase Griffin, not just UCLA quarterback, but name, image, likeness superstar. I am psyched for this one.
This kid could actually be the president of the United States someday.
When it comes to building generational wealth, it's not about the money that you make in college. I'm very excited that I made the amount of money that I made last year. I am even 10 times more excited that I know how to make that money.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
I'm going to take a look right here at regulation.
We are seeing digital currencies under some pressure.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people.
I want to have some of my money outside of the sovereign.
The transactions.
It all comes down to the details here.
And the technology.
How does that affect disruptors like you.
What happens to everything that you're investing in when the last Bitcoin is mined?
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. When innovation strikes, Bloomberg Technology is there with the news and analysis you need. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg.
They have.
I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg New Economy, lighting a path through the storm. I'm Eric Schatzker. At this year's New Economy Forum here in Singapore, we confronted the world's most pressing challenges, developed action plans to meet them, and explored the possibilities beyond. It was a journey from reckoning to rebuilding to revival. Over the next half hour, I'll bring you the highlights from those 3 exceptional days. Our dynamic and distinguished speakers had much wisdom to share as we emerge from the pandemic, and creative ideas for tackling the burdens of inflation, the misery wrought by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the dangers inherent in rising U.S.-China tensions, and the wreckage left by scandal after scandal in crypto. Let's begin with Catherine Tai, the Biden administration's U.S. trade representative. One of her priorities is building a new network of economic security ties here in the Asia-Pacific region.
Going into 2023, we are extremely excited. There is a framework that we've created for innovation to create a 21st century framework for 21st century challenges that include very disrupted supply chains and a global economy that is really searching for the opportunity to rebuild confidence, to demonstrate sustainability, resilience, and inclusion.
Do you have any specific proposals that you'll bring to the table when you meet?
Yes, so the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is not a traditional free trade agreement by design. Trade is one component, but not the only component. So this is economic engagement that includes trade and that goes beyond trade. So we have 4 pillars. The first pillar, trade, led by USTR. Second pillar on supply chains. Third pillar on infrastructure and decarbonization. Fourth pillar on tax and anti-corruption. So within the trade pillar, I can go into the components. I think we've got somewhere around 7 to 10 different components. Some of them are quite traditional trade issues. And again, everything is scoped to address resilience, sustainability, and inclusion. So trade facilitation, which is about facilitating the movement of goods across borders. Something that we called good regulatory practices. And as you can see, in terms of naming trade topics, we don't win any awards for marketing or jazziness, but tremendously important in terms of regulatory practices, transparency, notice and comment processes, but also all important disciplines around labor and worker protections, environment sustainability, and the digital economy, which is a novel and emerging area that, frankly, all of the counterparts I talk to are focused on the opportunity that we have right now to be shaping cooperation mechanisms and rules.
We have been a consistent advocate for America to strengthen its economic cooperation and put meat on the framework of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which they have introduced and implemented. It's a framework now, but it needs meat. And that means looking at each of the pillars of cooperation and pursuing concrete projects. And it is happening. There have been The ministers have been meeting for 1 or 2 rounds, and I think there are some concrete projects that are being discussed. So it is promising, and there's something on the table. It's not just talk.
Can the world still rely on the U.S.?
No.
Okay, that's brief.
The short answer. Look, I think the most salient fact of the Trump presidency for allies and adversaries alike is that it happened, right? Which means that everybody around the world, whether you're in Berlin or Singapore or Ottawa for that matter, you have to plan on a much more inwardly focused United States, and not in the way that we've gone through these cycles before.
I agree with you that the salient fact about the Trump administration is that it happened. I am also enough of an optimist to believe that we learned something from that, and that we will build on that. So I would like to believe that we are still a reliable partner, but I think dependence is misguided.
The world now faces a big challenge of defining for itself what its objectives are, and not to be driven entirely or largely by the pressures of the moment. And the goals that I've outlined seem to me attainable. They will be more difficult in the case of Russia than in the case of China, because the basis of a conceptual dialogue has not yet been laid. And that should be the task of our leaders in the period ahead of us.
As I said, if Russia does another referendum, pseudo-referendum that is not acknowledged by anyone in the world, if they acknowledge our territories as their territories, the leader with such position will not be acknowledged by us. Me as a president cannot have any negotiations with him. That's what I said. And they conducted the referendum, and I said there's no point of talking to this person. There's no point. He will not change his policy. This is the occupying policy. He's talking about peace, just like he said, just during the G20, and on that same day, with this audacity, he launches 100 strikes against Ukraine. What can we talk about? Putin is not one person. These are several people, and there's nothing to talk about with these several people today. If tomorrow they are prepared to take the peace formula, if they are ready to withdraw from our territory, deoccupy Ukraine, and acknowledge that this is a tragedy and not just a mistake, that this is a tragedy of them being aggressors. If they are ready to compensate, as it is prescribed in the peace formula, if they are ready to accept it, only then we can start thinking about talking to this group of people.
Coming up, more from Singapore, including my conversation with Ken Griffin, the founder and CEO of Citadel. This is Bloomberg.
What do you think of when you think of a battery? For most, it's what we use to power devices for both work and play, and maybe even your car. Over the past few decades, they've gotten way more powerful, long-lasting, and affordable. But all of this is just a prologue to what the next batteries are going to do.
As we drive to an increasingly renewable power-driven grid, we also need to be able to store energy and release it later to cover those periods of weather intermittencies that are driving this new grid that we're in. It's a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, and it's imperative that we figure out the solution here.
How we store energy on a massive scale is in many ways the central challenge of the fight to stop climate change.
covers the world like Bloomberg.
The writing's on the wall for the Bank of England. Just Stop Oil has spray painted the front door.
Recession in Europe, UK, and possibly the US.
Brazilians are out in full force celebrating the election victory of former President Lula da Silva.
With unmatched reach and resources from more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to Bloomberg New Economy, lighting a path through the storm. On day one of the New Economy Forum, I had a chance to talk with Ken Griffin, the founder and CEO of Citadel. His thoughts on crypto and the FTX debacle drew a lot of attention, and you're about to see why. We've gone this far into the program, and nobody's talked about crypto. You and I have had a long-running conversation about cryptocurrencies, and every time you were critical of crypto, remember the time you described it as a jihadist call against the dollar? You were pilloried by the crypto faithful. And of course, when Citadel started a crypto trading business, they celebrated your supposed capitulation. So that's the scene setter for the question, folks. What I want to know from you, Ken, is what do you make of the spectacular collapse of Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX?
Well, okay, so big picture, the crypto market cap today is a fraction of what it was when we first started talking about it. So crypto's not front.
It was $3 trillion, and now it's well under $1 billion.
It's like 800 billion, of which a big part of that's stable coins, right? So you really move back into a world of Bitcoin and Ethereum as the two dominant cryptocurrencies, both of which actually happen to be CFTC regulated. Look, FTX is one of these absolute travesties in the history of financial markets. I mean,
people will lose billions of dollars collectively.
People are going to lose billions of dollars. And that undermines trust in all financial markets.
But was the fundamental problem that it was a business built on cryptocurrency to begin with, or that it was a business that wasn't adequately regulated, or that it was a business that the venture capital and other investors who put money into FTX didn't adequately, diligence? What's the fundamental problem?
Well, I think the fundamental issue...
Or was it just fraud?
So first of all, that's a really big choice of words to use, and I can't go there at this point in time. But what we do know is the balance sheet shows a giant black hole. And there's no doubt that customer assets were used to make investment decisions in favor of FTX's shareholders, which didn't work, at the expense of the customers. That's not permitted in American broker-dealers. You can't just use your customer assets to go engage in proprietary trading. That's a huge no-no.
It's a no-no in most parts of the world.
It's in most parts of the world, and that's a good no-no, to be clear, too. All right, so FTX, billions of dollars have been lost here. The confidence, though, of a generation in financial markets has also been shaken. And that's really awful because the 20-some-year-olds to 40-year-olds who are so engaged in crypto, they've got to save for their retirement. And if they don't believe or trust in financial markets, this is a huge problem. They need to own stocks. They need to own corporate debt. They need to partake in our global capital markets. Now, with FTX, there are a few points here that we should talk about. The turf war by American regulators has got to end. It's just preposterous that, without naming the agencies, they all danced around who owns what, and the bottom line is American investors have really gotten hurt here to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars in decline in market cap and crypto over the last 2 years. I mean, that really strikes at the entire core or essence of what's investor protection all about. The second is that FTX crosses into a zone that all of us are worried about. On the balance sheet of FTX is a line called Trump lose. And Sam was the second biggest donor to Democratic candidates.
I'm going to leave it to everybody else to draw their own conclusions about what you're saying here.
Right? Those are really, really ugly facts when you see a fraud of this magnitude having played out, and you find no regulators were there to prevent it.
I mean, the crypto industry has been cut to ribbons this year. I think it peaked last November, $3+ trillion. It's just around $800 billion right now. And so what should the industry do to survive and make itself better? My opinion is more collaboration. But the problem with the industry is there's a lot of young people that like antagonizing each other
on Twitter
and lighting each other up on Twitter. And you and I were talking in the green room. I had an old boss at Goldman. He said, your job is to take your 6-shooters and point them out to the enemy. Don't point them on each other. And we do that in this industry, and I think it's a shame. And I think if the industry really wants to grow up, we need a lot more collaboration. I think that there was a red flag, sort of a penalty flag of Sam going after CZ, but also CZ going after Sam. I mean, there was a Twitter spat between the two of them. I think it would be better for everybody if we just sort of calm things down and row in the boat together in synchronicity as opposed to taking the oars and smacking each over the head with the oars.
Without a doubt, there are significant segments of the financial market that live in the shadows, that are not well regulated. We call them non-bank financial institutions. And that is where we are likely to be surprised. And that's what happened in the UK. So as our Global Financial Stability Report showed, that when you do a global stress test for the banking system, advanced economy banks are quite resilient to some very serious downside scenarios. Emerging market banks less so. So in a very severe downside scenario, which is in the GFSR, we have about 30% of emerging markets who breach minimum capital requirements. So that's a pretty serious event. But I think the real unknown is the non-bank financial system. And that's exactly where we have hidden leverage, where we have, dark corners which come up only when things get really difficult, like we saw in the UK. So that's something that we are worried about. More generally, in terms of the financial conditions at the moment, we see a distinction between, investment-grade assets, which everywhere around the world, but the spreads are quite low. You haven't seen much movement there. But if you look at frontier markets, that's where you're seeing a lot of stress already. We have about 60% of low-income countries that are already in high debt distress, and about 25% of emerging markets. Now, that does not make a systemic debt crisis, for sure. But again, we are in very risky times. Like, the war is not over, the pandemic is not over, and we haven't won the fight against inflation. So interest rates may need to go up much more than any of us would like it to, and we have to see what happens then.
There is a fundamental change, and I think it requires that we look at the issues through a lens that is not driven by forecasts, but by an appreciation of risk and uncertainty, except that the world is uncertain. The central banks misread the signs, or I should say, bet on the wrong side of that range of possibilities a year ago. They misread the risk of persistent and much higher inflation. And the price we now have to pay for that is a recession. The price you have to pay for now accepting that there's a serious risk of persistent inflation and stubborn inflationary expectations is you have to go through a recession. That's the price we pay. But fundamentally, it means that whether it's in central banking or other areas of economic policy making or corporate decision making, that we have to look at the world fundamentally through the lens of uncertainty, except that things may pan out very differently from what we hoped for. And don't just bet on the upside. Don't bet on what we hope to see. Anticipate what can go wrong, prepare for it, try to prevent things from going wrong, and that means a different fundamental orientation. It means investing in advance, not waiting for crises to occur, but investing in advance.
Coming up, more from the New Economy Forum in Singapore, including the CEO of TikTok. Stick around to see Shou Chew explain data safety for his popular but controversial app.
markets countdown in Europe. From the financial centers of the world, Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Strong enough to stay. We will never.
Welcome back to Singapore and Bloomberg New Economy, lighting a path through the storm. I'm Eric Schatzker. Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter has dominated the landscape in social media lately. But there's another, more popular app that has attracted scrutiny of its own. TikTok is developing protocols to address U.S. national security concerns. Here's TikTok CEO Shou Chew.
In the future, we are building a very rigorous and robust new model. This is pioneering. And we have internally named this Project Texas. And the way this is going to be done is that we're going to move the data that we store in Virginia and in Singapore into Oracle's cloud infrastructure. That's our partner. Oracle's going to look after it for us. We're going to have new and improved data access protocols such that only an entity of U.S. residents that in the U.S. will have access to a certain set of U.S. protected data. So that's the setup that we're going to have. It's unprecedented. No company has attempted this. It's extremely expensive and difficult to build, but that's the project that we're undertaking at this point.
Almost all of the major screw-ups that we've seen very publicly have been a failure of governance. You know, a lack of a proper board which holds the founders to account. Often a lack of, scrutiny around secondary transactions, related party questions. And so I think in a very hot market the last couple of years, there were certain people, investors out there who were pushing the boundaries in terms of, no governance whatsoever, extremely founder-friendly terms, which, they position as helping the founders. But frankly, actually, most founders, the average age of our portfolio company CEOs is 30 years old. And so you want to have some checks and balances.
I think public market prices are so attractive right now that I'm sure a lot of people in the room even have FOMO about not investing.
Well, some of them have FOMO and some of them have already run for the hills.
Exactly. I would venture to say some have FOMO.
From Beijing's perspective, right, those bans represent not responsible competition, but an existential threat.
A stranglehold.
A stranglehold, exactly. And so, I think one of the critical risks here with these export controls is that China calibrates its response based on the perceived threat, which is existential. And so I think that's one of the factors raising the uncertainty and the factors raising the risk for the international community.
So I think that there will be impact, but the thing that you have to realize, China blew up $50 billion of investment in two semiconductor groups in the last 2 years, Wuhan Semiconductor and Tsinghua Group. Those were self-inflicted wounds. So I still think the self-inflicted wounds made in China 2025 wasn't the greatest idea to publish that in 2016. And they weren't ready for this. And again, the U.S. could have taken the annihilation approach and really hammered them. And they chose not to. That was a very conscious choice not to do that. I think China, with the corruption in semiconductor investments and the things that they're going through, I think they've set themselves back more than this particular program will set them back.
The advance toward modernization for the 1.4 billion Chinese people will also bring greater development opportunities for all countries. We will continue to deepen high-level opening up. Opening up is China's basic state policy. Hence, China will stay on the course of economic globalization, take more proactive steps to expand and deepen opening up in wider areas, and steadily advance institutional opening up in rules, regulations, management, and standards. China will uphold the security and stability of global industrial and supply chains and work to build an open world economy that delivers benefits to all. We will unswervingly follow the path of peaceful development. Upholding world peace and stability is in the fundamental interest of the Chinese nation. And it is a basic attribute of socialism with Chinese characteristics. China safeguards and promotes world peace through its own development. No matter what stage of development it reaches, China will always stay committed to the principle of equality of all countries, regardless of their size, strength, or wealth. China will never seek hegemony or engage in expansionism, and will always stand up for justice and oppose bullying acts. Dear guests, China and the United States, as two major countries, both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. It's both incumbent and imperative for the two countries to explore the right way to get along in the new era. Yesterday, President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden held their first face-to-face meeting and had strategic communication on China-U.S. relations and other topics of mutual interest. We hope that the U.S. side will work with China in the same direction, uphold the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, and bring bilateral relations back to the right track. This will benefit not just the two countries, but also the world at large.
That's all from Bloomberg New Economy, lighting a path through the storm. You can find the full interviews and panel discussions from the New Economy Forum at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Terminal. I'm Eric Schatzker. This is Bloomberg.
Lisa, you've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
On the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversations, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders. Watch Wednesdays on Bloomberg Television.
Back in 1997, I was interested in the following question, which is, there are a bunch of the dinosaurs called sauropod dinosaurs, which had really long, skinny necks. So Apatosaurus is an example. They also had really long, skinny tails. So I made a computer model that showed that, in fact, the tail of these sauropod dinosaurs could actually act like a whip, a bullwhip. Now, the way a bullwhip makes that cracking noise is because the tip of the whip actually goes about twice the speed of sound. Okay. And that crack is a sonic boom. Yeah. I think the way they got a date was to impress the females by making loud booms.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
The global appetite for data is growing faster than ever. And no matter what statistics you use to describe it, big data is big business.
We believe 150 billion devices will be connected by 2025, and more than 175 zettabytes of data will be created.
Every 18 months, the data that is produced by the world is doubled.
We started talking about petabytes and exabytes, and now we're talking about zettabytes. It's a near unimaginable explosion in data, and companies just don't know how to manage and secure all this new information.
There's also a growth in the nature and location of data as well, expanding beyond structured data to unstructured data.
We're looking at 500 plus billion in revenue in a market that several years ago or a decade ago didn't really exist.
And that's going to 3x to 1.5 trillion in 2030.
Are there room for more players in what has been an already pretty competitive space?
What you see right now is that the big players are the biggest names in tech. You have behemoths like Microsoft, Google, Amazon as the big three. But the great thing about cloud and the public clouds, the private clouds, is that it allows a lot of innovation to happen.
HPE is a big name tech company with a mission to innovate and compete in the cloud. CEO Antonio Neri told Romain Bostic why he chose Tarek Robbiati as CFO to drive this transformation.
When you play sports, you want different type of skills and capacities in many ways that they all together can deliver a better performance. And it starts by a will to win. And when I became CEO, I realized I needed a different type of CFO. Somebody who's way more strategic, not just on the accounting side, but really think about how we can deliver that value in a different way.
Gone are the days where the CFO is just a scorekeeper. I think our role as CFOs is to be the person who assists the CEO change the score.
What he had that attracted me was about the transformation experience. Obviously, he has more than 2 decades as a global leader. We're both Italians, by the way, at the core, which I think is a benefit. We can communicate the same language, and we can argue against each other, but always in a constructive way.
Simpatica, bravo. Però è veloce. Sì, fa veloce, le domande sono veloci.
As CFO, I would assume that you're always in a position where sometimes you have to say no to him. Do you say no to him?
Ultimately, decision-making, ownership is his. He's the CEO of the company. He's the boss. He's my boss. At the same time, I want to make sure that I watch his back.
Tarek Robbiati is HPE's Chief Financial Officer and also oversees the company's strategic function.
Being the head of strategy, he does a lot of the market scanning, looking at the trends, whether it's 3, 5, 10 years. And that's why we combine both the CFO with the head of strategy, because in the end, it has to deliver shareholder value. And then we hone into what are the big trends, where to play and how to win.
Think about it this way. We are like biologists. We need to deeply understand the financial DNA of a company, and we need to take the proactive steps that prevented it from aging. Finance is the lifeblood of any organization. Just like for a human being, you have to have your heart functioning. We have to be there providing the information that allows us to continue to create value for our shareholders and making sure that our customers get what they want.
In 2015, the Hewlett-Packard Corporation split into 2 separate companies. HP Inc. primarily makes devices from desktop and laptop computers to printers, tablets, and point-of-sale systems. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, or HPE, provides information technology solutions. In 2019, CEO Antonio Neri announced that the company would pivot from a focus on servers and on-site storage systems to its cloud software-as-a-service platform, GreenLake. HPE calls it a hybrid cloud platform, not just storing data in the cloud, but managing it across myriad locations.
When I became CEO in 2018, I said that the enterprise of the future will be edge-centric, meaning where we live, where we work, cloud-enabled, and data-driven. And one of the things that we saw through the pandemic is that the enterprise became way more distributed, people working everywhere.
Right.
And at the same time, data became the most important asset that customers have.
Explain for a second the difference between the edge there, why that is sort of more useful, and the idea of a more centralized sort of cloud system that I thought a lot of companies, at least at one point, were embracing.
Well, if you think about, we live now in a hyper-connected world. Everything is connected. To digitize your enterprise, you need to be connected. It's cheaper to move the cloud to the data, and by the way, more secure, than moving data to the cloud. And that's where we as a company, we are creating the capability to consume cloud services at the edge in your data center on a bigger cloud.
There was a view, and there still is that view, that the whole world is going to move to the public cloud. We think the world is fundamentally going to be hybrid. The edge is where everything happens, is where people generate data or companies generate data. Think about, for example, logistics companies. How much data is being generated in harbors, in railroads, in warehouses? And the world we live in will be a world which will be much more automated than ever before. So warehouses are going to fundamentally change. They're going to be powered by robots. And those robots will be very quickly picking up the items in the warehouse that are required and then reshuffle what's in the warehouse. That actual processing requires data analysis locally where the action happens, transmission of that data over a secured network onto a central point or multiple central points for that matter, and made sense of, right? So that is the whole idea that we're after.
With more data to organize in more places, businesses are moving swiftly to digitize their information infrastructure. Corporate spending on IT soared in 2021, and even if global growth slows, that trend is not likely to reverse. How do you operate that environment if we are facing recessionary headwinds?
What we're seeing with IT spending is we're expecting flattening to single-digit growth, but cloud computing will largely be unaffected by that, given the explosive nature of data. Organizations simply need cloud.
Companies that once invested heavily in devices and data center servers may now seek more flexibility from software that can be upgraded as new needs arise. That's the bet HPE's making as it pivots to software as a service.
When you hear the word as a service, so many companies throw that out, something as a service. Is that just a buzzword?
At the core, it's a different business model. At the heart of it, there is this contract with a service level agreement that ties the two parties for a specific solution. The solution allows the customer to manage the infrastructure and secure a specific business outcome under certain performance conditions. We manage the infrastructure on your behalf. We grow and expand that infrastructure as your need grow and expand in turn. And so the degree of customer intimacy is a quantum leap above the transactional world.
With a different business model comes a different metric for measuring success. Annualized run rate, or ARR, has become the focus for Tarek Robbiati and his finance team.
The ARR is critically important. The ARR is actually measuring the amount of our revenue that is locked in and recurring with our customer base. And to the extent that our ARR is growing fast, the more robust the future of the company is. And on GreenLake, we have to grow customers, we have to grow the revenue we make from those customers, and the ARR is the annualized run rate of revenue that you have from one period to the next. If your offer has a perennial future, it translates into a growing ARR. This is the way for us to truly understand that we remain relevant for our customers over the long term.
What about margins? When you hear from some of these analysts, these investors here, they're still dialed in on gross margin, some of the more traditional metrics?
Gross margin, for me, is the most important metric in our sector, right? It's fundamentally, if you think about our business, which comes from a hardware heritage, moving into as a service, and with hardware commoditizing, you have to have a focus on gross margins. And as you can see from our results over the past 9-10 quarters, our gross margin have been expanding very, very solidly. That actually tells you that your customers are willing to pay a premium for what you have to offer. And so what you want to see is a combination of ARR with gross margin expansion and the ARR composition becoming richer and richer with more differentiation thanks to software. That's the journey that we're on.
You need to remind people that 75% of our profits are deferred, which means we don't need the in-period profit to deliver. So that's an opportunity because we have an amazing profit pool called HP Point Next, now being supplemented with HP Green Lake, which we already have more than $6 billion in the balance sheet, growing at 100+% every quarter.
Supply chain challenges and geopolitical turmoil have weighed on earnings in 2022. But with demand for its software continuing to grow and a record-breaking backlog of orders, HPE has cause for optimism. Meanwhile, surging inflation remains a wild card as the company tries to attract subscribers and maintain margins.
We have had to think about inflation permeating across what we do. In what we purchase, and whether it's goods or services, we've seen rising costs. We had to, therefore, be much more disciplined on pricing than ever before. This is not easy, and this is also something that has to adjust because you cannot keep pricing increasing all the time. So you've got to be very dynamic in the way you think about pricing moving forward.
Coming up, why a company with deep roots in Silicon Valley just opened a new headquarters in Houston and how it designed its campus for a more flexible future.
It's really incumbent on us employers to make sure that we create an environment where our employees feel at ease to come to work, they feel supported.
This is Bloomberg.
Watch Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition for the news you need when you need it.
I'm Matt Miller with Kaylee Lyons in New York and Anna Edwards in London.
Australia's central bank raises interest rates twice as much as forecast.
Then surveillance for in-depth analysis.
Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro, the RBA front and center.
How does Japan get away with not raising rates?
Can it sustain its normal at a time when everybody else is facing a very different reality?
Bloomberg Surveillance. Be informed. Be prepared. Be ahead of the game.
HPE Chief Financial Officer Tarek Robbiati originally trained as a scientist, earning a master's degree in nuclear physics and electronics. He told Romain Bostic how those studies set him on his professional path.
It did prepare me in terms of my analytical capabilities, but there was a moment in my career where I felt it was really important that I honed my financial skills, and then eventually I had to do an MBA majoring in finance and strategic analysis and entrepreneurship. I discovered finance as a discipline. I loved it, and ever since then, I became a finance person.
Highlights from Robbiati's resume include a stint with Lehman Brothers in London, and later experience as CEO, first with the telecommunications firm CSL in Hong Kong, and then with Australian financial services company Flexi Group. He came to the U.S. to serve as CFO at Sprint, leading the company's turnaround efforts.
I was very lucky. I had the opportunity to work in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Asia, and the United States. So I'm truly a global citizen. People ask me, where is home? My answer to that question is, home is where I'm not.
Home for HPE is now just outside Houston, Texas, where the company opened its new global headquarters this spring. For CEO Antonio Neri, the campus is a passion project.
I love design, I love art, and I felt this was a unique opportunity for me to start with a blank sheet of paper. This was a piece of land, nothing. There was nothing here. And it's remarkable, in 2 years we were able to build this 500,000 square feet site with a unique experience, digitally enabled in everything we do.
HPE hasn't abandoned Silicon Valley. A number of employees and business units remain based in the Bay Area. But Neri and Robbiati believe the expanded presence in Texas strengthens the company operationally, financially, and culturally.
we felt that we had a lot of opportunity to streamline and make the company way more efficient. The reason to move here is to get the best of both worlds. Having a presence here in Texas allows us to recruit and retain talent, particularly on the diverse side of the house. People don't realize that Houston, Texas is the most diverse city in the United States. In this side, we have a 25 megawatts data center where a lot of the development gets done from all over the world. The energy cost is significantly cheaper here than California. I would not be able to sustain that in California.
What we're seeing in a more macro environment is that corporations are looking at locations that have a healthier business environment, from taxation to regulation. They're looking for places that they can find new talent. IT talent is scarce.
What we're finding is that access to talent is still the biggest bottleneck to productivity. And so companies on an increasing basis, whether it's Texas or other places in the United States or even globally, are working more towards this hub and spoke model, where they might have a center of excellence or a hub in one individual city outside of the main headquarters. And increasingly, we're finding that is happening outside of Silicon Valley.
It was a big decision, but it actually, if you put it in the context as to why we made the decision, it actually made sense. So we had a long-standing presence here in Houston for the past, I would say, 20-some years, since the Compaq merger. We bought a piece of land, we started building this building. And in doing so, we had to also recalibrate how we were building it, because the pandemic hit us. And we thought about recreating a work environment that is very, very different, that is catered for this new structural way of working, which we call edge to office, where people don't always come to the office to work, can work remotely from their homes, their edges, but have to come back to the office for specific reasons, such as team meetings, customer meetings, and in general, collaboration.
With regards to the hybrid work model, do you see that as something that will persist longer term when the pandemic is long gone?
Yes, no question, this will persist. And I think we are witnessing right now a societal change in the way we work. You're no longer going to measure productivity in the same way as in the past. You're going to be focusing on output. Never mind what people do in their private times. It doesn't really matter to a company as long as the output is there.
HPE launched its Edge to Office hybrid work initiative in the fall of 2020. The new campus is designed with that flexible model in mind.
We have to admit that the pandemic has had its toll on mental health in the workforce across the world. And so it's really incumbent on us employers to make sure that we create an environment where our employees feel at ease to come to work, they feel supported, and that's why we created the environment that you see.
Between the indoor with two amazing buildings and outdoor amenities, we have a truly, experience for their employees that they can host customers, they can innovate, they can collaborate, they can socialize. And we have so many events. And I will say the one difference between here and California, this is way more community driven. So we have a lot of events here, like the famous chili cook event.
HP's annual chili cook-off allows Tarek Robiati to indulge in one of his favorite hobbies. The finance chief is also an avid chef.
Cooking has a lot of parallels with finance and being a CFO. There's a lot of indirect satisfaction. Yes. You know, you only know that you're doing a good job when you see others people recognizing it, and there's nothing better than when you serve a nice meal to your friends or family who come over. I love to do that. It's hard work, but it's nice.
Still ahead, how HPE's CFO is taking steps to relieve the company's supply chain pain.
We have to rethink our network of manufacturing plants. We have to rethink our network of our suppliers.
And he outlines the mindset that makes a chief future officer successful.
If you start with the view that the world is in constant change and you have to adapt, you have to anticipate on what comes next. Strategic thinking is very key for that purpose.
This is Bloomberg.
Big, expensive cities have a lot going for them. But if you live in one, you've probably noticed that these big, expensive cities keep getting more, well, expensive. You could always move away. You might have just started working remotely, so there's really nothing keeping you there. But then again, moving is a hassle. Well, what if someone paid you 10 grand to do it? What if they threw in free office space, a bicycle, or a gym membership? Programs in cities and states around the U.S. are doing exactly that, and they're getting a lot of interest.
We've had over 50,000 applications.
About 90,000 applications.
We've had over 1,800 applicants from all over North America.
So are these nascent programs actually beneficial to their communities and the workers joining them? Or are they little more than flashy advertising campaigns for places looking for an injection of fresh talent?
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia. This is Count Under the Close. Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto.
As HPE moves forward with its strategy to deliver software as a service and gain subscribers on the GreenLake platform, its growth in customer demand is encouraging. But supply chain disruptions have slowed the company's ability to fulfill those orders. It's a problem that's plagued many industries since the onset of the pandemic, compounded by the war in Ukraine.
Nobody, including HPE, is going to have an easy time with the supply chain. I mean, we started the just-in-time concept in the 70s, and it's taking years for organizations to back their way out of that and find a more distributed supplier base, a more local supplier.
Tarek Robiati can't wave a wand and clear the backlog all at once. He told Romain Bostic he's focused on long-term solutions.
The world is no longer flat. And that's a practical reality we have to reckon. And in that context, therefore, it's really important that we get close to where our customers are. And so we have to rethink our network of manufacturing plants. We have to rethink our network of our suppliers. And I think the whole world and the whole IT industry has to find a new equilibrium with supply chains that are designed for speed, resiliency, and cost, as opposed to just be inefficient and designed around cost. Our goal is to create a supply chain that is very much designed for optimal visibility at every point in time of where components are, where the work in progress products are, and have the ability to shift production and materials in different continents where we operate. So, for example, we invested in a manufacturing plant in the Czech Republic because it made a lot of sense for us to have a presence in Europe. This is really a new reality that we have to navigate.
It's not like we went backwards on capacity. In fact, capacity has been added. The issues that demand has outpaced any capacity that we ever imagined. So now we need to add capacity. Also, we need to transition some of the technologies to the newer nodes, and that takes time.
Tarek Robiati will play a key role for HPE as it retools to face new challenges. Romain Bostic asked him what skills a CFO needs to truly succeed as a chief future officer.
The first quality you need to look for as CFO is almost table stakes, right? It's integrity. And it's not about being honest or dishonest. Of course, we're all honest. But it's integrity of thought in the way you present the fact base, which is the data. If you don't have that in a CFO, stop looking, move on, right? That's the first and foremost thing. The second most important thing is the ability to be strategically agile. It's absolutely critical to be injecting in the work that a CFO performs a strategic thinking. The third, I would say, if you think about it in these terms, we are a little bit the stewards of the resources of the company and for the CEO. We got to make sure that resource allocation is up to scratch and that we are allocating resources where there is the biggest return possible. And finally, we also have to coach our colleagues and team members, and my job, the way I think about it, is we have to shine the spotlight on their strength, but also at the same time, make sure that we understand our weaknesses and are clear about the areas that we need to improve. So a lot of the CFO job is to distill what I simply would say is tough love. It's about being tough where it matters and also be encouraging in other circumstances.
What's the opportunity here for HPE over the next 10 years?
The opportunity for HPE over the next 10 years is to redefine the industry. And because we firmly believe with Antonio that the future of the industry is edge to cloud. And I think that there will be a growing acceptance, and it starts already, you have evidence of it, that the future is hybrid, and that the future of an enterprise is to become essentially a digital service provider. The pandemic has taught us that the enterprises who performed the best during that period were the ones who had digitized their business models. And for an enterprise to digitize their business models, they have to think about it, edge to cloud, and we're the company to help them doing so.
What do you think is going to be the main challenge for HPE over the next 10 years?
Well, I would say the main challenge is ourselves. We have to really be recognizing that the opportunity is there for the taking, and we have to go after it resolutely and fast. We can't really wait, be complacent, and not execute aggressively to capture the opportunity. So it's down to us, really, and we think with the right focus and with the right team, we can get there.
How do you expect your role as CFO to change over the next 10 years?
My role is constantly in change mode. If you start with the view that the world is in constant change and you have to adapt, you have to anticipate on what comes next. Strategic thinking is very key for that purpose. You also have to make sure that your team is geared towards it, that you understand the demands that this constant change puts on the team. And then you also have to continue to polish your stamina, build the grit that you need to continue to navigate the journey.
For someone who maybe got promoted to CFO today, what would you tell them? Just for the first day on the job, what's the best advice you can give them?
Enjoy it. It's wonderful. You have a unique vantage point in any company to truly understand what's going on. No one else in the company has access to the data that tells you what's going on. Have fun.
For Romaine Bostick, I'm Taylor Riggs. This is Bloomberg.
At some point, you had to fight for the trademark, right, for the Red Sol.
Yeah.
Was that stressful?
Very stressful. Very stressful. Especially, you know, we are a small company in a way, and to have to fight people who have those huge companies who put you 27 lawyers on your back for something which is yours is very stressful. I mean, I wish I wish it didn't happen. Everything which happened to me is a lesson in a way, bad or good, and once it's done, and you're sort of happy. I'm happy about it. That thing I could have definitely avoided, but it's done.
Did you realize at the time when you started the company that you would become so successful and actually so big?
No. You know, when I started the company, I wanted to have a shop in Paris, which is my hometown, and I wanted to do pretty shoes for pretty girls. That was my goal.
And now you look back and you say, actually, I still make pretty shoes, but for many more women.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think you would have been so successful without the Red Sol?
I think the Red Sol definitely, of course, participates to my work, but also to the fame of my shoes because it's instantly recognizable. But then, you know, the design is very important. But definitely, when you have such a strong sign of recognition, it participates to, yeah.
Is crucially important, and I think we've moved from this attitude from it's an indulgence, a waste of time, almost an illness that needs a cure.
For something as universally important to human life as sleep, mysteries surrounding its necessity and utility have only just been recently uncovered.
Some of our biggest discoveries were in the 1970s or 1980s, and so it makes it a really exciting field because it seems as though we're uncovering new insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further expand our understanding.
It's easy to memorize things. That makes you smart if you can spit back a lot of facts. But if you want to be wise, if you really want wisdom, you've got to know when and how and why to use that information. And that's what your brain figures out while you're sleeping.
You will put a woman on Mars. You will bring forth global cooling. You will be the first chief crypto officer. Because when you subscribe subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
In 2021, Shake Shack was looking to hire a new chief financial officer. The fast casual restaurant chain found the perfect candidate in an unexpected place: Wall Street.
I had worked at Goldman Sachs for about 16 years. I was covering the restaurant sector.
Katie and I worked together for a long time. She was an analyst covering our stock. The day that I knew I was looking for a new CFO, the day that I announced it, I went to our recruiter and I said, "What about Katie Fogarty? I remember working with her. Do you think she might be interested in this?" That same day, she had heard about it and went to her family and said, "This is the job I want." Literally that same day.
It was something that, I always wanted to take more of a leadership role at a company. We hit it off.
Katie Fogarty spent the first part of her career asking hard questions about corporate strategy. Now she's responsible for answers.
I think that there's a number of things that a sell-side research analyst can lend to a company, especially a company that is in, high growth mode. One, it's just really a very firm, ability to analyze strategic decisions, to really get into the numbers, into the models, and to have a firm view of different scenarios out there.
When those Wall Street executives move into the company seat, they bring an understanding, hopefully, of the fundamentals, company sector, but also what it means to be a stock. The total stakeholder perspective includes shareholders.
How are we measuring the incrementality of a great offer like this?
Katie's skill set so uniquely is able to harvest in her mind so much data and information, turn it quickly into tremendous insights that end up driving our strategic priorities. That is her sweet spot.
I look at a CFO from Wall Street as someone who can bring a breath of fresh air to a business that often can become very inbred.
They're extremely grounded in data. They're curious about data. They're pushing the data. They know what to do with the data and tie that into telling the story.
There's a reality check that Katie brings to the business to say, I know you think this, but let me tell you what the data is really telling us here.
She's still looking at data to predict the future, only now she's taking it a step further.
Before, it was a lot of kind of sitting almost in an armchair type basis and analyzing different pieces of information to see where I thought the best investment dollar would be allocated. Here, it is actually driving a plan of how we can best maximize shareholder returns. It is about leveraging data analytics, driving real insights through, not just your own guest data, but leveraging statistical models and really kind of figuring out where the best strategic decisions will be made over time. This is an industry that really needs that type of analysis that help the strategic vision now more than ever. And so it was incredibly exciting to start to apply that here at Shake Shack.